Hi everyone, good morning. Thanks
Good
for
morning.
coming.
Good morning, ma'am.
Hi everyone. Yes, hi Bhupinder. Hi Ananya, Reena,
How are you?
Monica. I am quite well. How about you?
I am pretty good and well.
That's nice. Good to know. We'll just wait for everyone to join in.
So,
Yes, ma'am.
good morning.
Ask you,
Meanwhile,
what's the weather at your place,
Good
ma'am?
morning, ma'am.
Good morning. Good morning, Abhay.
How are you, ma'am?
I'm doing well, Abhay. Thanks. How are you?
How your weekend, ma'am?
That's what we'll be discussing today. We'll talk about what we all did over this long weekend. We'll chat about that.
I have a query. Could
I
you
am
please
good, ma'am.
uh, make a virtual background as you did on Zoom? Could you please suggest?
I didn't get you, Bhupinder. Can you just repeat that?
Uh, I wanted to background as like on my Zoom call. How can
This something like this.
some yes
Oh, see,
like
so all you can do is just go online, just search for Zoom background. Okay, you'll get different options. You download whichever images you like on your laptop, and then in Zoom you have an option in the video option. You have that says choose virtual background.
okay.
You know, you have mute and stop video. You have these two options, right? When you get into a call,
Mhm.
you go to choose virtual background, and then you have a plus sign over there where you can add an image. So you
Okay.
add those images which you have saved on your laptop in the virtual background options. Currently, there may be only few virtual background options, right?
Okay.
So you click on the plus button, add image. If you add the images from your laptop, and then you choose whichever one you want.
Okay.
That will
Uh,
become your virtual background.
uh, will it work on mobile as well?
I don't know about mobiles. Yeah, I only use my laptop for work, so I'm not
Okay.
sure. You'll have to check. You have to check in your Zoom option whether you have a virtual background
Okay.
option.
I'll check. I'll check.
All
Ma'am,
right. Yes, sir.
on internet or YouTube, ma'am?
What virtual background?
Yes.
On internet, normal on Google, you can search it.
Okay, thank you.
Just on Google. All right, cool. So many of you are here. Sorry, Ananya, you were trying to say something. Sorry, can you say what you wanted to? Okay, I don't know if it was Ananya or someone else who was trying to talk, but anyway, okay, no problem. So today is Monday. It's the beginning of a new week, and we all, I think, many of us had many holidays. I think, right? Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and all of that. So it was quite a long weekend, is what I saw and what I heard for a lot of people. So it would be nice to know what you all have been up to, whether you all took rest, did you all celebrate any festival or any occasion, did you all attend any events, and so on. That's all we are doing today. We're only catching up with each other. So whoever wants to start can start off. I'll anyways write names here.
Bhupinder,
Yes, yes. Isha,
Swati.
try to say something, Isha. Hello, Isha. Okay. Whenever your
Good
network
morning,
is
ma'am.
better, let's get you to speak. Yeah, hi, Sally. Good morning. Reena, do you want to start? Since I've written your name first, will you be able
Yes,
to?
yes, ma'am. Definitely.
Go ahead, go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Add my name, please. Thank you.
yes,
Yeah,
ma'am. Good morning.
go ahead.
Yes, my first question is, how did you spend your weekend? Yes, I spend my weekend as usual, nothing special. But yesterday I attended one party, marriage party. then I went there and I enjoy a lot, and I also um, take some snap. It means a selfie, and there is a selfie point also, and one selfie point is very beautiful, that is make wife with the help of flower, that is beautiful, and one other selfie point that is made by greenery and some cartoons. It means some decorative things, that is beautiful. I take selfie with my friend. One of my friend take one single photo, that photographs is very beautiful, and I wear a sari, and I tried to and I ate each and everything. I try each and everything which is available in that party, and I enjoy a lot. So this, and
So
yes,
tell me
ma'am.
something. Whose wedding was it? Was it someone like a relative or a friend or a neighbor?
One of my friends, not friend, in my colony, one family is family. It means and my neighborhood, my neighbor's son married there, and uh, they uh, they invited me and my family. That's why we went there, and I attended that party.
Right.
And yes,
So you mean to say it was one of your neighbor's wedding,
yes, no, ma'am, neighbor's son.
neighbor's son's wedding? Okay.
Yes,
Right.
yes. This family belongs to Agra, and
They're from Agra. Oh, nice.
yes, and there are some guests also come from Agra, and their culture is so different. I was it means some ladies was dancing, I think, कर रही थी, yes, dancing, and I enjoy a lot because I have to see so different things in this party, because some different types of dresses also wear that one. It means that relatives also come in from Agra, and they wear different style of dress clothes, and yes, there are so different types of dishes available that is belongs to Agra. For example, ras malai and jalebi, especially sweet jalebi. I don't know, gud ki jalebi. I don't know. I have to speak in English, but in Hindi, gud ki jalebi. Good. Okay. So I ate that thing so first time, that and there is okay, after that I return my home. Thank you, thanks a lot.
You came home, you enjoy, basically you had a blast at the wedding. You enjoyed yourself,
Yes,
right?
ma'am. Yes,
Yeah, very nice. So you can say that, I attended a wedding. I attended one of our neighbor's son's wedding, and, I enjoyed myself. I had a great time. I tried different kind of dishes, like you said, right? Some different kind of dishes because they were from Agra and stuff. Very nice. I think जो good आप पूछ रहे थे, good is called jaggery in English.
yes, and jaggery jalebi.
Right?
Okay,
Yeah.
that will not come in my mind. That's
But
why
that's
I
okay. You
asked.
can always use the Hindi name. You don't have to see for these traditional things and all. You don't have to use there's no English name particularly. If it is good ki
Yes,
jalebi, you can always say it's a type of jalebi made out of jaggery.
yes,
You can
ma'am.
say some if you want to describe it.
Yes,
Um, and you were saying कि मैंने साड़ी पहनी थी. So you say I wore a sari. I
yeah,
wore, not wear. Wear का past tense. Wore.
yes, ma'am.
I wore a sari. I enjoyed myself. So focus on your past tense, Reena. You're speaking so nicely. Sometimes you missed out on the past tense. तो उस पे ध्यान दीजिए. I enjoyed the wedding. I enjoyed the party. ईद ही लग जाएगा ना उसमें. Enjoyed.
Yes, ma'am.
And the family was from Agra. The relatives had worn different kind of attire, different kind of clothes. Their clothes and attire was a little different.
Yes.
Very nice. So you're speaking well, Reena. Focus on your words. Focus. Listen to yourself when you're speaking, so you can avoid these small errors.
Yes,
Good.
ma'am.
Good to know you had a good time.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Welcome. All right, Shima, you raised your hand. Do you have a question, Shima?
No, ma'am. Actually, he was my kid.
Oh, yeah, okay, ठीक है, चलेगा.
So sorry for that.
No problem. It's okay. No problem. Ananya, yes, Ananya. Hello. Can you unmute? Will you be able to share?
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. Tell us, what did you do? I'm sure you have had a lot of fun over the weekend.
Not actually. Like it was like a normal weekend. Like joining her English classes and like going for my singing class. So usually I like in my singing class. It's very crowded these days. So in Sundays usually it's very crowded. So I went there like at 3:30 p.m. and came home at 8:30, ma'am.
Oh,
Like it was very crowded, and one day, so one person takes like half an hour. So half an hour, like, and the teacher teaches well, but I don't like a thing just like it takes a lot of time. Like I have to do my studies as well at night time. So if it's very late, mm, if it's very late, I returned home and I was very tired and sleepy. I sat to study, but my eyes are like okay, my eyes are like shutting down in a minute, and I was very sleepy. Then my father told me that take your dinner and go to sleep, and tomorrow I slept like very early at like
yesterday you
10:30.
mean to say, yesterday.
Yes, ma'am. Yesterday, sorry. At like 10:30. Usually I sleep like 11.
Hmm.
Yes, 10:30, 10.
So you slept pretty early. But then Friday was also New Year for you, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Right? It was what is it called? Bihu? No.
No, it's Bengal is the Bengali New Year. So it's called Noboborsho.
Okay.
Noboborsho.
Hmm. So then what
Ma'am,
did you do? You say I remember you told me you went somewhere and all that, and then you came home.
yes, ma'am. So Nobo means new and Borsho means year, New Year.
Correct. Yeah. So yes, what did you do for New Year?
So I had a program in the morning at 5 o'clock, like 6 o'clock. So I got up at 5 and wore sari and everything. Like in here, West Bengal, any program we have to wear sari or yes, ma'am. So I woke up and got ready and went there. So like I went, so the teachers told us that every student I participated in singing, so every student who is singing, so we have to go there at 5:30. So I reached there like at 5:45.
In the
And
morning.
yes, ma'am, in the morning.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am, I went there at 5:45, and like literally only 2 or 3 students are there, ma'am.
All right.
Yes,
How did you? So what time did you wake up? You had to wear
I
a
woke up
sari and all
at
that.
5. Yes, ma'am, 5
5
5 a.m.
o'clock. And then you were ready in 30 to whatever, 30 minutes or so. Oh my,
So
that's
then
a lot
I
of
called my
dedication.
friend. Yes, ma'am. So a funny incident happened there. Then I called my friend, and she told me that she woke up then at 5:45. And yes, ma'am. After a little time, everyone reached there, and after the program had finished, we went for a rally. So we went to a park which is like a little far away,
Hmm.
but we thankfully I was not wearing heels, so I didn't get hurt too much in my legs, but my friends were wearing heels,
Ah.
and they walked where the program was, and we went to the place where we went was a little far away. So they used band-aid, and yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I'm sure that must have been very hurtful. It must have really been a terrible experience. You are the
Yes, ma'am.
smart one, so that means you're the smart one, Ananya. You knew that you had to walk and all, so it's better not to wear heels and stuff,
Yes, ma'am. So
right?
one of my friends just wore like trekking shoes with sari, ma'am.
Yeah, that's smart. That's the best actually. In those kind of shoes, you can walk and run and do anything.
So
Very
when
nice.
we were walking in the road, we saw that many news reporters came there, and I was very shy, ma'am. So do you know, ma'am, palki? Like we have to
I've seen I've
we
seen
have to carry the bride in a,
yeah.
yes,
I've
ma'am.
seen that.
So yes, so we there was a little small girl who wore sari, and we like the teacher sat her, like told to sit her there, and it was very beautiful, and it like the picture
Hmm.
was on the newspaper, in the newspaper the next day, ma'am.
Oh, nice. So the event got nice coverage from the press, right? It was covered by the press, by the newspapers. Excellent. So you had a good time, that means a fairly good weekend.
Yes.
All right, cool, Ananya. Very nice. So you're speaking very well, Ananya. But maybe where you were trying to say that you were very sleepy and you couldn't keep your eyes open. So you can simply say, I was so sleepy that I couldn't keep my eyes open. Yeah. Or my eyes were shutting, my eyes were closing. Don't say that my eyes were hitting if they're not hitting anything, right? You just want to say that I couldn't keep my eyes open. I was feeling too sleepy. Yes. Also, keep a check on your in and on usage, Ananya, on Sundays, not in Sunday, on Sunday, and on the road. We were on the road, we were walking on the road, they were on the road, like that.
Yes.
All right, cool, Ananya. Very nice. Thank you. Reena, you have a question, is it? Tell me. What is your question? Okay, Amit, do you have a question? Go ahead.
यस मैम
Hmm.
मैम जब आंख में कुछ कचरा जला जाता है लाइक साबुन का पानी जला जाता है और वो जो जलन होता है उसको क्या बोलते हैं मैम
जलन होता है तो you say some burning. I am feeling some burning in my eyes. या अगर it's scratch हो रहा है, you can say my eye is itching.
इचिंग ओके मैम
अगर जल रहा है कुछ, you can say it's burning. अगर खुजली जैसे कुछ हो रहा है, so you can say it's itching.
ओके
Ma'am,
Hmm.
please
Yes,
reshare the screen. Actually, the screen is not visible for me.
I'll do it one minute.
Okay, ma'am. Now you are visible.
Okay, cool.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. And one question, ma'am. मेरी आँख नहीं खुल रही थी. How to speak in English?
How do you say it in English? Maybe I couldn't. So one you say is I couldn't wake up. आंख नहीं खुल रही थी का मतलब है आप नींद से नहीं जाग पा रहे थे, right? I
Yeah.
couldn't wake up. You could say, I was so sleepy. I couldn't open my eyes. ये भी बोल सकते हो आप. I couldn't open my eyes. I couldn't. या आप ऐसे बोल सकते हो. I couldn't get out of bed. कभी कभी हम उठ जाते हैं पर हम
Yes.
हम बेड से निकल नहीं पाते हैं. So you can say
Yes,
I
sir.
was, I woke up but I was so tired I couldn't even get out of bed. I couldn't just drag myself out of bed. So आप कह सकते हो ऐसे. I was so sleepy. I slept very early last night, but when I woke up, I was still so tired that I couldn't get out of bed. So I dragged myself, somehow I dragged myself out of bed and I started my day
Yes, ma'am.
like that.
Thank you.
Okay, welcome. Abhay, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, Abhay, just 1 second, okay? Swapna has a question, I think. Swapna?
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah, ma'am.
Hmm.
Good morning.
Morning.
I just want to add, like, when I think Amit was asking, right, when shampoo liquid get entered into our eyes. So I think we can add irritation also for that, in addition to burning and itching.
Some kind of irritation. Yes, absolutely. You can say, I'm feeling something is irritating my eye. I'm feeling some irritation. Something's
Yeah.
irritating my eye. Yes, absolutely. Very nice, Swapna.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. Yeah, Abhay, go ahead, please. Yes, sorry.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Ma'am, my weekend was spent very well, ma'am,
Hmm.
and I enjoyed a lot because, ma'am, in this weekend, lot of festival. So
Yeah.
I enjoy the festival like, ma'am, Ram Navami. Ram Navami is a very big festival of Hindu, and ma'am, in this week, a New Year of Hindu, New Year of Bengali, and Good Friday also, and also Mahavir Jayanti in this last weekend, ma'am. So I worship on the Ram Navami, on the day of Ram Navami, and worship in the home, and my family also worship. I talk with my family by mobile, and in Hindu tradition, on the Ram Navami, people bath in the Ganga river, and worship on the home. And my earlier tradition, very old tradition, on the Ram Navami day, I install a flag of figure of Bhagwan Ram or Hanuman. So a tradition of Hindu society, every home install flag or on the roof of the house. So this is a very important festival, and ma'am, in Hindu New Year also, and ma'am, on the ma'am, I attend a festival on the day of Ram Navami. Actually, I am staying in Balasore, Odisha.
Yeah.
So near about my camp, one temple, and they are celebrating Ram Navami. So I attend the Ram Navami and worship the God, and also get the prasad, and lot of like a fair, arrange this area, and lot of things selling, and for food item and many garment and other things also. So on the Ram Navami, I enjoy a lot, ma'am, and also on the Mahavir Jayanti also I worship on the home, because already I worship daily every day.
Right.
But on the Mahavir Jayanti I worship a special so long time, ma'am. So this day is a lot of festival, and also I talk with my friend about Good Friday Day and New Year of Bengali years. I also my lot of friend Bengali committee. So I also wish on the WhatsApp Happy New Year like that, ma'am. So I lot of enjoy in this weekend, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah. I can imagine. That's the reason I wanted to, talk about this today, because I'm sure many of you must have done, must have celebrated at least one of the festivals, because there were so many festivals for everybody was celebrating. Very nice. Very nice.
Yes,
Abhay.
thank you,
Thank
ma'am.
you. Thanks for sharing. Yes. Reena, what is your question? Tell
Ma'am?
me.
Yes, ma'am. मैंने प्रसाद लिया. Or how to speak in English? I got prasad. It means
आप बोल सकते हैं I went to the temple and I got prasad, या आप बोल सकते हैं I went to the temple and I took prasad, I had prasad.
prasad. What is the yes
I don't
prasad?
know. Hindi इसमें कुछ English का word है. I don't know. Doesn't matter. You can simply say prasad also.
Okay, ma'am. और yes प्रसाद भी दिया गया था.
So prasad was also served. You can say. परोसते हैं, right? प्रसाद सबको देते हैं, distribute करते हैं. So you can say prasad was distributed. बांटा गया था. बांटा गया था के लिए आप कह सकते हैं distributed. परोसा गया था के लिए आप कह सकते हैं.
Served.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Welcome. Nazim, you have a question, is it? Ask me. Go ahead.
यस मैम. मैम बाजार भरा हुआ था मीन्स मतलब वीकली में फर्स्ट वीक संडे के दिन बाजार भरा हुआ था, तो इंग्लिश में कैसे कहेंगे इसे?
मतलब आप कह रहे थे मार्केट में बहुत भीड़ थी, ऐसा कुछ कहना चाह रहे हैं आप?
ऐसा मतलब वीक में एक बार बाजार भरता है ना?
नहीं, हम मार्केट जाके सामान खरीदते हैं, ये कहना चाहते हैं आप?
It's a full
No,
crowd.
ma'am. Busy. It means full of भीड़. I don't.
That's what I asked him. नजीम, आप बताइए मुझे, आप क्या कहना चाहते हैं कि मार्केट में भीड़ थी, बहुत लोग थे, या आप कहना चाहते हैं कि हम वंस इन अ वीक जाके सामान खरीदते हैं और घर में राशन भरते हैं? क्या कहना चाहते हैं आप?
नहीं मैम, मैं ऐसा कहना चाह रहा कि जो गांव में हफ्ते में एक बार बाजार भरता है, राइट, जो वेजिटेबल का इसका उसका तो
भरता है मतलब क्या आप कहना चाहते हैं? लगता है, मार्केट लगता है?
हाँ लगता है.
हाँ, मैं समझी आप क्या कह रहे हैं, क्योंकि छोटे तो गांव और छोटे शहरों में हर हफ्ते में एक जगह मार्केट रहता है वहां पे.
हाँ, यस
you
मैम.
can say that this week
Ma'am, that is called weekly market.
weekly market, yeah, correct. Like here where I stay, Fridays is normally the weekly market. Like I can't understand how to make the sentence here. The weekly market was our weekly market.
Crowded.
No, not crowded. He's trying to say our weekly market था.
Yesterday was weekly
yesterday,
market.
yes. Yeah,
Yesterday market was crowded.
No, he's not saying it was crowded. Yesterday was our weekly market. Market day बोल सकते हैं आप. नजीम, जैसे for example, सोमवार को आपका मार्केट लगता है, ऐसे for example.
Yes.
So you can say it like this. For example, अगर संडे को आपका था कल, तो आप कह yesterday was a weekly market day. And so I went there, I visited the market and I bought so many things.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah, tell me.
मैम सेकंड वन क्वेश्चन ये है कि जो फास्ट रखते हैं ना तो बहुत ज्यादा लगा, मतलब महसूस हुआ।
So I was fasting and मतलब बहुत
फीलिंग,
difficult था।
हाँ बहुत डिफिकल्ट, मतलब महसूस हुआ कि पानी की प्यास लगी
I
और
was
भूख लगी।
fasting and I was feeling thirsty and I was feeling hungry.
ओके मैम, फीलिंग थर्स्टी।
Yeah, I was feeling thirsty. I was feeling quite thirsty, quite hungry. Maybe because of the heat, weather की वजह से.
यस मैम,
All right.
थैंक यू मैम।
Welcome. Amit, what is your question?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, prasad means offer, ma'am.
प्रसाद हम ऑफर करते हैं। ऑफर का मतलब है देना, ऑफर करना। जैसे अगर आप मेरे घर पे आए, आई विल ऑफर यू सम टी। ऑफर। प्रसाद का इंग्लिश में क्या वर्ड है अगर है, आई रियली डोंट नो। यू गाइस कैन गूगल एंड लेट मी नो इफ देयर इज अ वर्ड, बट यू कैन ऑलवेज से प्रसाद। ओके,
Ma'am, can we say like pious food?
you can say holy food, pious food, you can say that if you want. Yeah,
Okay.
you can also say, something that's offered to God, some kind of offering, some holy offering, something like that. Okay, Bhupinder, go ahead, tell us, what did you do?
Yes. So I spent my long weekend off in a one room with one chair, one table, books and laptop and YouTube.
Why you were quarantined or what? Isolated?
Not
What?
not a quarantine. To know about fixed asset accounting as per the US GAAP. Uh, on account of to be conducted interview this week with a big four organization, that are PwC, EY and KPMG. One organization, my interview to be conducted will be conducted, and good thing is I cracked my first round with HR, and now HR forward my CV to next round, that is the technical round. So so these 4 days I spent with totally with my learning and upgraded my skills in terms of soft speaking, and about how I've been reading, listening, and understand the foreign language. So that is a much concern of this organization. So as well, uh, I went through my all concept again. That is the Indian gap, general accepted accounting principle, and went through my through on my CV, and having discussion with my friends about to get knowledge uh, about US gap, and uh, and uh, uh, and even very little time I spent with my family, and time enjoy with family, and I went temple on Hanuman Jayanti, and I worshipped and also took prasad with my family, and also about I'm really excited for this opportunity. Really don't want to miss out. This is my dream organization that are big four, and that's why I'm very much concerned. At anyhow, I wanted this job. I went through all the concept, and even I downloaded a application, that is the Ascent. On this application, uh, there are 4 and 5 rounds on which you have to uh, complete. That is the first how to read out this sentence, and also jumble words, and like and also storytelling. Matlab it means uh, uh, app uh, app will it means app tell the story, and
Hmm.
after a while, uh, after a while it mean listen, and after a while I need to again tell story in my words.
Hmm.
So
You have to
this
narrate
kind of
the
thing,
story.
yeah, I narrate this story in my words.
Hmm.
And also on this app, the speaker, it means the speaker language is foreigner US language,
Hmm.
and under try to understand how is the accent.
Right.
So this kind of thing, I spent my this for weekend and upgraded my skill, uh, and went through, also search about my organization. It means about organization details, when this organization started,
Yeah.
and uh, what is the head of where is the head office headquarter, and how many number of the employee retain this organization,
Hmm.
what kind of the service they offer to their clients. So these are all things I uh, worked on, and and enhance my knowledge for towards this organization. That's all.
Great, great, very nice. Well, all the best with with this, Bhupinder. We hope that you get through and it's so you're successful at whatever you're trying. Very nice. So you spent the last 4 days, so to say, just studying and revising and brushing up your skills and all of that. Superb.
Yes.
So I think you are trying to say that this organization also focuses a lot on soft skills. Soft
Yes,
skills,
because of
right?
client, because
Hmm.
of client is for a US client, and organization means uh, most focus area is candidates understanding, well understanding of the other language, other accent.
Hmm. Correct. Cool. All the best, Bhupinder. Welcome.
Even I am trying to even my I'm working on my soft skill.
Hmm.
I mean, how to suppose interviewer asks some problem, how to deal with that, how to respond, how what is the approach. So this kind
Uh,
of thing I'm thinking.
yeah, yeah. Sorry to cut you off, Upinder, but tell me something. When you will be responding to your clients, are you going to do this on a call or on email or on
On
chat?
call,
On
on call.
Okay. See, just a quick tip for you is if it's going to be on call, whatever your customer, your client's query is, just make sure first you acknowledge the query. Okay, that is very important. You must have read about this, you acknowledge it. So, for example, if they say something isn't working, you acknowledge their query first. Tell them that, all right, you understood what it is that what is the problem that they're facing. Tell them you understood
Hmm.
that. Confirm what is the issue. Sometimes what happens is on a call, we assume. We assume. So let the person speak. Let them speak. Let them say whatever they want to say. You ask them some questions and acknowledge that, okay, I understand. I can see that you're facing this issue. And then you move into your resolution. Always do that. It's always a good idea to acknowledge में let the person understand कि हाँ मैंने सुना मुझे समझ में आया आप क्या बोल रहे हैं and I know it
Hmm.
can be a little inconvenient thing but I will sort it out for you so try to have that kind of a conversation with your client it always helps
Yes, you're right.
and don't
Even
assume never assume because especially in your technical line never assume because sometimes we know a lot of stuff right so we think that
Hmm.
this only must be the issue, but don't assume. Always better to get more info. Probe. Do a lot of probing. Probing always helps, right? Probe into what is the query, and then try
Yes.
to get into resolution.
Yes. So my technical field is accounting. So it means I have to follow GAP, General Accepted Accounting Principle. On this basis,
Hmm.
uh, uh, look forward about transaction and posting in the
Hmm.
fund statement.
Correct.
So before posting, and I need to go through all the concept and principle of the accounting,
Correct. Yeah.
and then able to make a good transaction, which means correct appropriate transaction.
Hmm.
So this kind of the work I have, even in reporting part as well, with me as per the US gap. And right, US gap, it means in US gap, uh, as a result of financial statement, every each company has to disclose uh, their it means their sales, its sales and revenue, operating income segment wise. So this kind of thing also company willing to know how to report financial statement
Yeah.
in.
So for them, credit reporting is like a big thing, right? Their credit scores, their credit reporting, all of this, the clients and individual customers also are very particular about. It's also a very sensitive thing. I mean, each and everything that goes on their credit report is something that is, they're
Yeah,
very, they have to be very particular about it. So
yeah,
yeah.
it means finalization of the financial statement,
Hmm.
balance sheet, and profit and loss count. After the month end, the company will publish their report
Right.
in exchange, on it means USA exchange.
Correct. Correct. Cool. All the best, Bhupinder.
Thank you.
Okay. Swati, tell us, what is it that you were up to?
Yeah, ma'am. Due to my busy schedule, I didn't take rest for several days, so I took rest. I just woke up at 9 o'clock in the morning, and mm, I had a holidays on Thursday and Friday. So on that day, I
Hmm.
woke up late. Usually, I have to wake up early in the morning to go to my work and also to prepare breakfast for my family. So on those days, I took rest, yeah, but only in the morning. And after that, I thought I should clean my house.
Hmm.
So within those 2 days, I clean my entire house. I don't feel good when it is unclean. So whenever I get holidays or on Sundays, I usually clean my house. Uh, Cleaning house is normal for me, but it is headache for my family. They always ask me, why are you cleaning so much? Who is going to come? So my answer is simple. The house in which you live should be clean.
Correct.
But after cleaning my house, I get so tired. That's why they ask me this question, probably. So, but now I'm thinking this weekend I will go to Maldi Goa or at Panjim for shopping. Yeah, but earlier weekend there was a Ram Navami. So with my family, I went to my native place to worship Sri Ram in the temple. So on that day, I wore a sari, wore some ornaments, and went to temple. There, Bal Shri Ram idol, Murti and idol, na ma'am.
Idle. Idle.
Ma'am, idol. So there, Bal Shri Ram's idol were kept in the cradle, and we just move that cradle. Cradle ko jhoka dena, ma'am. What we can say in English?
Yeah, like move it or touch it or something. You mean to say उसको जैसे बेबी को क्रेडल को कैसे हम करते हैं, right? Same
Yeah,
way.
jhoka dena. Yeah. So we move that cradle is the right sentence, ma'am.
Not move the cradle. You shake it or you touch it or something like that.
Okay.
Give
Yeah.
it a
So
push.
we push that cradle. Yeah. So there we had a Mahaprasad. Mahaprasad means lunch. Yeah. Which was made by villagers, especially women. I was also the part of that making Mahaprasad. A day before Ram Navami, my father-in-law told me that one lady from each family have to go in the temple to cook food. And on that day, no food should cook at home, and all the members of the family have to go in the temple to have food. So on that day, and this was all decided by the Devastan committee. So on that day, I woke up early and went there. There was a lady who was cooking, and we just helpers, like we I just scrape coconut and cut potatoes and give give to that woman. She was cooking. Just yeah, I did this much and I came back. And after that, our full family went to have the lunch. That is called Mahaprasad. Yeah, ma'am.
Very nice, superb. So you had both the best of both worlds. You did your cleaning and all of that which you like. You also celebrated a festival and participated in some traditional ceremonies, right? Superb.
Yeah, ma'am.
Yeah. So idle, the pronunciation is, although there is an O in it, but the pronunciation is like a So idle. And maybe you can say कि how we give the cradle a gentle push, because हम लोग push भी नहीं करते हैं ना, gently we just push the cradle just that
Yeah,
way.
ma'am.
So say something like that.
Mhm.
All right, very nice, Swati, very well shared, very good. Thank you. Swapna, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, tell us, what have you been up to?
Yes, so like it was 3 day holiday for
Hmm.
me. On Friday, actually, I didn't know that it's like everyone in the team uh, is not gonna join and they all are on leave. So I logged in, and then when I saw that all are offline, I quickly logged out. And
That's interesting.
yeah, actually, I never heed to the holidays. That's my habit. So I joined, and then I just took rest for the whole day. And the next day on Saturday, I went with my sister uh, to uh, to visit the sea.
Hmm.
And yeah, that was very fun. I felt like a fervent weekend after going there and spending 1 hour staying near the beach because it was so serene, calm, and yeah. And my sister was like, because of Corona, we never went there after, even though I'm living here for 2 years. Uh, but still I couldn't make a plan to go. But and my sister also stay out, but since she has come here for vacation, so we just planned and we went, and it was good. And yesterday, like my mother, sister, and I went out for shopping. We just bought some of the like household stuff, nothing special. My sister wanted to buy something for me. She is younger to me, so I don't want her to spend money for me. Although it doesn't matter, but still, I don't prefer her to buy something for me until and unless it's my birthday or something really special day
Hmm.
for me. So that even I didn't like anything which I might have bought. So yeah, that's it.
That's nice. So you went to the beach and you spent a good almost 1 hour at the beach.
Yeah,
That's
1 or 1.5 hours.
that's
We
a
had
very
some
interesting thing. Yes, yes. Sorry, go ahead.
we had some snacks.
Hmm.
I had, I think, 2 plates of pani puri, which I don't eat usually.
Hmm.
But I always get someone with me who are like uh, uh, who actually can't stay away from pani puri at all.
Right.
And my sister is also one of them. So she made me eat, and yeah.
Very nice. So where do you live actually, Swapna?
I live in Odisha.
Okay, okay. So no wonder the beach and all is there. That's nice.
Yeah, it's very near from my home, just
Do
4 kilometers away.
you stay somewhere near Puri?
No, Puri, I don't stay. I stay near Gopalpur Beach. I don't know if you have heard of it.
Oh, I've only heard of Puri. I have a friend who has a house there in Puri. I mean, she's from Odisha, but from Puri. So there's only one place I know.
Okay. Yeah,
But yes.
in Barampur also there is Gopalpur beach, and we have beach festival that happens every year. And most of the not celebrities but the singers, they come and they sing here, so it's quite good festival that happens during end of the year after Christmas, somewhere around those days.
Very nice. Just very quickly though, Swapna, only one thing maybe I thought instead of saying we planned an event, you could say we planned an outing or we planned to catch up, because you can't call this an event as such, right?
Mhm.
Just generally going out, casually going out because we have not met for a long time. So, we planned this outing because we haven't been able to catch up for such a long time. So we planned an outing and we decided to go out. Something like that. You can put it across like that.
Okay,
Very nice. Well shared, Swapna.
thank you.
Ma'am, I have a query. It means in regarding of the Odisha. So, Sapna, could you please suggest me the famous area in Odisha to spend time with my family?
Famous places in Odisha. Yeah, there are many, like we have Konark Temple. Those kind of places are there, and there are also like wildlife related forest, and those places are also there. So, what kind of places exactly do you want to visit?
Uh, I'm looking my travel since maybe after 2 months in Jagannath Puri. So which time is the best to visit and get a darshan?
You want to come to Puri? I think after 2 months you are saying, right? That time Rath Yatra also happens, and that would be very crowded. It's better to avoid those time if you are planning, I would suggest,
Okay,
because then you won't be able to enjoy much, right?
oh yeah. So which month is best for?
Other than Rath Yatra, I think it is fine. You can come anytime. It won't be much crowded. So yeah, you can visit.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
No
All
problem.
righty. Thank you. Thanks, Swapna. Okay, Vishal, are you here?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning.
Good morning, Vishal. Okay. Tell us, what did you do over the weekend?
Yes, ma'am. Uh, I went to Rishikesh on last weekend because it was long weekend, so that's why we planned a trip for Rishikesh. We went there by bus, and uh, first we we had on Triveni Ghat, and we took bath there in Ganga River, and after that we went near waterfall. Okay. We uh, we went to near waterfall, and then we came back. We returned at home. We booked a hotel, and we stayed there. And after coming back to the hotel, we went to watch to see Ganga Aarti uh, on 6:30 p.m. It was amazing. Young crowd, uh, young guys are doing the Ganga Aarti, and uh, in the evening we ate food by uh, famous restaurant Chotiwala. Then we came back to the hotel, and next morning we there were so many adventure sports are also there in Rishikesh, but we only did the rafting. It was amazing when we while we are doing rafting. First, it was my first time. Uh, I tried to there were cliff jumping too, so I I I afraid by doing this, but uh, uh, the our guide, he pushed me and uh, to in the river, and we I did it, and then we came back to the uh, hotel, and we took bath, and then we went to see so many temples there. So many temples are there, so we went there to visit some temples, few temples, uh, like Parmarth Niketan, Gita Bhavan, and all. And we went, and the last we went to see a Gurudwara, and it was good experience to visit there in Rishikesh. Yeah, ma'am, that's it.
Lovely, very nice. So you really had a great trip and you really did a lot of things, right? It was quite an adventurous trip. Very nice. So is this the first time that you visited Rishikesh?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the first time that you tried rafting also, river rafting.
Yes, ma'am.
Superb. So are you into adventurous sports? Do you like to participate in adventure sports?
A few adventure sport, like I afraid to do adventure sport, like last month I did Columbus. Do you know Columbus Jhula?
No. I don't know what to tell.
You don't know Columbus Jhula? Uh, Rounded, they like dinosaurs.
Okay. But what is it, in
So
the water or what is it like? I
no,
can Google
it's
about
not.
it. Hmm.
It is normal झूला, but rounded झूला जो मेलों में लगता है. Do
Mm-hmm.
you know?
Oh, like a
Kind of.
Ferris wheel sort of a thing.
Ma'am,
Yes.
it's called dragon.
Dragon. Yeah. You can say dragon.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see it. Yeah, this
Yeah.
I sat in. I must have sat.
So I afraid to do these
Oh,
kind of adventures. But rafting is good, right? Rafting. While I was afraid, while first I was scared, but then we started. First rapid came, then I was normal. Then after the rapid got.
nice, very nice. This Columbus Jhula we must have done when we were children, I think. This I can see it now. What you're talking about. So good, very nice. So you're talking about taking a bath in the river Ganga. You can also say we took a dip in the river Ganga. You can even say it like that if you want.
Okay, ma'am.
All right, very nice, Vishal. Very well shared.
Good morning,
Thank
ma'am.
you. Yes, good morning. Who's this?
Ma'am, we can say giant wheel also.
Maybe. I guess it looks like a wheel only.
Yes,
Some kind
ma'am.
of a wheel.
Giant.
But this is not like a wheel, it's more like this oval shape kind of a thing. Goes from side to side. Something like that. Anyway, one of those kind of rides. Okay, Sayali, I think we can get you to speak, but we'll have to wrap up with you. Are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, tell us, what did you do?
Yeah, so on weekend I enjoyed with my family. I on Saturday I went to Ganesh temple and I offered pedhas, coconut and flowers there. And on Sunday I attended my nephew's birthday party. So he turned to 18. So my brother threw party. So we all family members got together at my paternal home, and for that occasion we made some veg and non-veg food. And at 5 p.m. Uh, cake was cut and yeah, cake, wafers, chocolates, and cold drinks were distributed to all the family members. And after that, my brother, my cousin, who have good post in the company. They shared their experience.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the class, guys. I hope I'm audible. So, Monica and Miss Maksuda, I can see you guys are pro learners, so you can join the Zoom meeting. Reena as well. So, all the pro learners, guys, join quickly and we will begin. Okay. So, today's topic will be the same as yesterday. So, we have started syntax in the previous class for grammar, and we will be talking about object, subject, predicate, and complements. Okay, guys. So before we start, if you guys have any questions, any doubts from the previous class or from previous classes, you can ask me. Pratap, good morning. You can also join the Zoom meeting. Good morning, Pratap. How are you?
Good morning, ma'am. I am fine, ma'am.
Great, great. Do you have any questions from the previous class?
No, ma'am.
Okay, okay. So we will start, okay, in a couple of minutes. Chaliye, Monica, I'm sending you the invite link as well. You can join. Ajay is saying no, ma'am. So Ajay doesn't have any questions either. Very nice. Good morning, Ajay.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, Reena. How are you? Is this Reena or Monica?
Ma'am,
Monica, right? Okay, okay. Good morning, Monica. How are you?
I'm fine, ma'am. What about you?
I'm also good. So, Monica, this is your first class. Hello, am I audible, Monica?
Yes.
Okay, is this your first class?
Good morning, ma'am.
Yes,
Good
ma'am.
morning,
This
Reena.
is my first class with you.
This is your first class with me. Okay, okay. So, Monica, we are actually in some advanced level grammar. So, if you don't understand something, don't feel shy. Just ask me. Okay. And we will actually start from beginners level in August, from August again. So, you guys can. All right, Chili. So, a few people have joined. We will start.
Yes, ma'am.
Good
Good
morning,
morning.
everyone. Good morning, Abhay. How are you?
Yes, ma'am. I am good, ma'am. How about?
Me, I'm also good.
Okay. How is your weekend, ma'am?
My weekend is very hectic, but it's going really well, as planned. Right, Chali. So we will start. Just give me 1 second. So we have already done
To indirect object.
right. Right, we have already done till indirect objects. So today we will start with complements. Okay, just give me 1 second. I didn't get time to arrange the notes.
So, ma'am, you go to college on means day after day?
No, I'll go from tomorrow. So because I'll be going from tomorrow morning there'll be no classes. And this week, just Tuesday and Thursday morning classes will be off. And the next week, just Tuesday morning classes will be off. And after that, we will do the classes as usual.
Oh.
Ma'am, you are preparing for your exams, ma'am?
Not in the least. Because the exams are going to be online. And don't ask me how or why I'm not preparing.
Okay, ma'am.
Because that is very obvious, right?
Ma'am,
Actually,
for example, if you get 100% in
yes.
online, what happens?
I don't know. I think they will cancel your paper for sure. They won't give you 100% because it's not objective type, right? It is subjective. So you have to write answers.
No. For example, if by copying, if you write each and every word.
Still, you can't get 100%, right, Karthik? Like someone is checking, even if you write absolutely correct answers, they might feel that it is not up to the mark and they will definitely cut some marks. They will deduct some marks at least.
Ma'am, you are doing B.Ed, ma'am?
Yes, I'm doing B.Ed. It's actually from a very reputed institute. That's why there is a lot of pressure. Otherwise, B.Ed में इतना pressure होता नहीं है. Like होता है, but most people do it from private, so उतना ज़्यादा problem नहीं होती है.
Ma'am, where is this institute in Calcutta also, ma'am?
Yes, St. Xavier's, Calcutta.
Okay, okay, ma'am.
So, chaliye, let's start. Okay. So we were discussing about for those who do not know, we were discussing syntax, right? So क्या कर रहे हैं हम basically एक sentence में क्या क्या भाग होते हैं, क्या क्या different type, like छोटे छोटे हिस्से होते हैं, उनके बारे में हम सीख रहे हैं. So in that discussion we have talked about subjects and how the subject is important, where is the position, what all can function as subjects. All of these we have discussed. Then we have looked at objects, and we have looked at two different types of objects, direct objects and indirect objects, right? Direct object क्या होते हैं and indirect object क्या होते हैं, ये भी हमने देख लिया है. So today we will learn about complements. So this is something new, a little bit new for some people. And we have talked about this in the previous classes as well. But ये complements होते क्या है, basically? That is what we are going to look at. So complements are words or group of words that are necessary to complete the meaning of another part of sentence. Unlike modifiers, they do not add supplemental information. They provide information that is necessary to achieve the intended meaning in the sentence. In addition to objects, there are 4 types of complements. So we will come to this later. सबसे पहले देखते हैं कि complement का मतलब क्या है. Complement का मतलब ये हो रहा है कि ये कुछ ऐसे भाग है sentences के, या तो ये एक शब्द हो सकता है या फिर ये कुछ शब्दों का समूह हो सकता है. So phrases, right? A group of words. And what does it do? It completes the meaning of the sentence. It is completing the meaning of the sentence. It is necessary to make a meaningful sentence. So how are they different from modifiers? Modifiers क्या है? Basically कोई ऐसी चीज है जिसको हम add कर रहे हैं ताकि कुछ extra information मिले हमें किसी चीज के बारे में, right? But complements are absolutely necessary. I'll give you a very simple example of this. कि modifiers और complements का क्या difference है? If I say he is a good boy, and if I say that boy is good. Okay, look at these two sentences. He's a good boy and that boy is good. You can definitely understand that good here is working as an adjective, right? और ये modifier का काम कर रहा है. So इसको अगर हम हटा भी दे तो sentence का meaning तो change हो जाएगा, he's a boy, but still the sentence would make some sense, right? He's a boy, it would still make some sense. So ये modifier है, ये modify कर रहा है इस noun को, boy को, adjective बन रहा है, right? But if we look at this good, which is also again an adjective, but ये modifier नहीं है, this is complementing the sentence. क्यों? क्योंकि इसको अगर मैं हटा दूं, if I take this out of the sentence will fall apart. Grammatically, structurally, the sentence will fall apart. Sentence का कोई structure ही नहीं बचेगा. I cannot say that boy is full stop. Doesn't make any sense grammatically, right? So इसीलिए जो second वाला good है, it is a complement because it is complementing the sentence to make it into a complete meaningful sentence. All right. Modifier क्या कर रहा है? Extra added information है जिसको हम चाहे तो हटा भी सकते हैं. Grammatically it is not significant, but complements are grammatically significant. All right. So ये है basic definition complements का. Now we come to the types of complements. So क्या क्या तरह के complements है? We have object complements, adjective complements, adverbial complements, and subject complements. So चार types के complements हैं English में: object complements, adjective complements, adverbial complements, and subject complements. Okay, so we will look at some examples of each below, but to learn more about them, continue. So इसकी जरूरत नहीं है. So we will look at the examples below. All right. So we will start with object complements. So already we know कि object क्या है. Object is basically something that is being acted upon. जिस पर कोई काम किया जा रहा है उसको हम object बोलते हैं, right? So Sam is eating an ice cream. Ice cream is the object. Why? Because उसके ऊपर eating का action किया जा रहा है. It is being eaten. All right. So object complements क्या है? An object complement is a word or group of words that describes, renames, or completes the direct object of the verb. It can be a noun, adjective, relative clause, infinitive, or gerund. So यहाँ पे बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट दो चीज है. पहली बात ये है कि ये डायरेक्ट ऑब्जेक्ट जो है उसी को ये चेंज करता है. सॉरी, उसी को ये कंप्लीमेंट करता है. ओके, इट डज नॉट कंप्लीमेंट इनडायरेक्ट ऑब्जेक्ट्स. ऑब्जेक्ट कंप्लीमेंट्स इनडायरेक्ट ऑब्जेक्ट को कंप्लीमेंट नहीं करेंगे, सिर्फ और सिर्फ डायरेक्ट ऑब्जेक्ट को ही कंप्लीमेंट करेंगे, डिस्क्राइब करेंगे, रीनेम करेंगे, कंप्लीट करेंगे, व्हाटएवर. ऑलराइट. एंड क्या क्या हो सकते हैं ऑब्जेक्ट कंप्लीमेंट्स? व्हाट ऑल कैन फंक्शन एज ऑब्जेक्ट कंप्लीमेंट्स इन अ सेंटेंस? इट कैन बी अ नाउन, it can be an adjective, it can be a relative clause, it can be a gerund, or it can be an infinitive. All right, so all of these things can function as object complements in a sentence. So what are the examples here? Let's look at some of the examples. The committee elected him treasurer. The noun treasurer renames the object him. So क्या हो रहा है? ये जो treasurer है ये हमारा complement का काम कर रहा है. कैसे कर रहा है देखेंगे. The committee elected him treasurer. The committee subject है. Verb क्या है? Elected. क्यों? क्योंकि कमिटी इलेक्ट कर रही है. किसको इलेक्ट कर रही है? हिम को इलेक्ट कर रही है. सो हिम क्या हो गया? हमारा डायरेक्ट ऑब्जेक्ट हो गया हिम, राइट? अब डायरेक्ट ऑब्जेक्ट के बारे में एक एक्स्ट्रा इंफॉर्मेशन दी जा रही है. व्हाट इज द इंफॉर्मेशन? दैट ही इज द ट्रेजरर. क्या इलेक्ट किया गया? उन्हें ट्रेजरर के रूप में इलेक्ट किया गया. सो दिस बिकम्स आवर ऑब्जेक्ट कंप्लीमेंट बिकॉज दिस इज टेलिंग अस समथिंग अबाउट द ऑब्जेक्ट, अबाउट हिम. ऑलराइट. एंड द ऑब्जेक्ट कंप्लीमेंट हियर इज अ नाउन. Is this clear, guys? थोड़ा सा समझ में आया? What is
elected him as treasurer wrong, ma'am?
No, not at all incorrect. That is also correct. Okay, the committee elected him as the treasurer.
Okay.
All right. So we come to the next one. This first one was a noun. Second one, all he wanted was to make his husband happy. The adjective happy describes the object. So happy हमारा बन गया the subject object complement, right? So all he wanted was to make his husband happy. क्या क्या है देखिए. He wanted, so he हमारा subject है. Wanted basically is our verb of the sentence, right? And was to make his husband happy. His husband. So his husband will become our object. So डायरेक्ट ऑब्जेक्ट हमारा हिज हस्बैंड है. अब हिज हस्बैंड के बारे में कुछ बताया जा रहा है. इस हस्बैंड के बारे में क्या बताया जा रहा है? दैट ही इज बीइंग हैप्पी और ही इज बीइंग मेड हैप्पी. सो दिस हैप्पी इज डिस्क्राइबिंग द हस्बैंड. दैट इज द डायरेक्ट ऑब्जेक्ट ऑफ द वर्ब वांटेड, राइट? सो यहाँ पर क्या हो गया? हैप्पी हमारा ऑब्जेक्ट कंप्लीमेंट हो गया. और क्योंकि ये हैप्पी एक एडजेक्टिव है इसीलिए ये एडजेक्टिव कंप्लीमेंट कहलाएगा. ओके, क्लियर? sorry,
I think
adjective complement नहीं कहलाएगा.
there
Yes,
is some
it'll
mistake
be.
in this. There is some mistake in this sentence. He and his husband, I think, is not matching. His wife, I think.
All he wanted was to make his husband happy. No, maybe they're a homosexual couple. That's why. See, it makes sense. All he wanted was to make his husband happy. Right?
His husband. Okay.
Two males. Right?
Yeah, yeah.
Grammatically correct
Ma'am,
sentence.
what
Yes.
is the meaning, ma'am, of this sentence?
वो सिर्फ अपने हस्बैंड को खुश करना चाहता था. ओके. अब है.
Yes, ma'am.
ओके, सो यहाँ पर ये एडजेक्टिव किस चीज का काम कर रहा है? यस रीना.
मैम वो अपने हस्बैंड को खुश करना चाहता था. चाहता नहीं तो मैम चाहती होगा.
Yes, but it can also be two males, right, रीना? Because grammatically अगर आप देखें तो सेंटेंस सही है. यहाँ पे भी he है, यहाँ पर भी his है. So correct है grammatically sentence. Okay, रीना?
Okay, मैम.
चलिए, so basically we come to the next one, that is, do you know someone who can work the printer? Do you know someone who can work the printer? So ये जो पूरा का पूरा है, who can work the printer, the entire thing is working as our object complement. क्यों? This is a relative clause. We already know who can work the printer, who is so and so, that is so and so. That and who हमारा relative clause की तरह काम करता है, right? Sorry, relative pronoun की तरह काम करता है, and the rest becomes relative clause. So यहाँ पर क्या हो रहा है? You know someone. You is our subject. Know is our verb. Someone is our direct object, right? So who can work the printer? ये पूरा का पूरा किसके बारे में बता रहा है? This someone. It is describing this someone. So the entire thing, who can work the printer, is working as our object complement. Clear, guys? बताइए. Because the entire thing, who can work the printer, is describing someone. क्या तुम ऐसे किसी व्यक्ति को जानते हो जो प्रिंटर ठीक कर सकता है? सो जो प्रिंटर ठीक कर सकता है, किसके बारे में बताया जा रहा है? ऐसा व्यक्ति, किसी ऐसे व्यक्ति. सो ये जो व्यक्ति है उसको ये डिफाइन कर रहा है. सो ये व्यक्ति को अगर ये डिफाइन कर रहा है, ये व्यक्ति क्या है? ऑब्जेक्ट ऑफ द सेंटेंस है, डायरेक्ट ऑब्जेक्ट. सो अगर ये इसको डिफाइन कर रहा है, ये बन रहा है हमारा ऑब्जेक्ट कंप्लीमेंट. क्लियर? यस, बताइए रीना.
Ma'am, who can work the printer, meaning
who can work the printer basically means who can use the printer. Working something is basically using something, जिसको उसे use करने की knowledge हो. All right, Rina?
Okay.
So I hope this is clear, guys, कि relative clause कैसे work कर रहा है as the object complement. Let's come to the next one. I didn't expect you to approve. I didn't expect you to approve. To approve is an infinitive working as the, again, object complement. कैसे? I didn't expect you. I subject, didn't expect पूरा का पूरा हमारा verb है, you हमारा object है. What are we not expecting of you? To approve. So again, to approve is giving us some information about you, that you won't approve, right? You won't approve. So to approve is becoming our object complement. That is basically an infinitive. So ये एक infinitive है जो कि object complement की तरह function कर रहा है to describe the potential action of the object you. कि object you क्या कर सकता है या क्या नहीं कर सकता, उसका potential action के बारे में वो बता रहा है. Okay? बताइए guys. We have more discussion on this. Don't worry. Okay? Let's come to the next one. We came across him lying in the yard. So the gerund phrase lying in the yard, the entire thing works as our object complement. Again, very simple. If you look at the sentence, we is subject, came across is our verb, phrasal verb hai. Him is our object, direct object hai, right? अब him को क्या किस चीज के साथ describe किया जा रहा है? Lying in the yard. Lying in the yard, the entire thing is describing him. So it is becoming our object complement. Okay, it is becoming our object complement. Clear? And what is this? This is our gerund phrase. Kyun? Lying. L-Y-I-N-G. All right. So this is basically how the object complement works. We will look at each one in a little bit more details. All right. So we will start with the noun phrases. Once. So ये हमारे noun phrases है, and noun phrases are basically working as object complements. So nouns या noun phrases कैसे object complement की तरह काम कर सकते हैं? It's very simple again. You will see when we use nouns as object complements, they serve to rename or re-identify the object of factitive verbs. So क्या बोला जा रहा है कि अगर कोई नाउन या नाउन फ्रेज हम यूज कर रहे हैं सब ऑब्जेक्ट को डिफाइन करने के लिए, ऑब्जेक्ट के बारे में कुछ बताने के लिए, then it is called a object complement, that is basically a noun or noun phrase, right? Let's look at the examples and you will understand. The committee elected him treasurer. This one we looked at, right? Treasurer is the object complement here. Mrs. Fields named her late husband the executor of her estate. The executor of her estate. The entire thing becomes our noun phrase. पूरा का पूरा हमारा noun phrase की तरह काम कर रहा है. And what is this? This is our object complement. How so? Look at the sentence. Mrs. Fields is our subject because she is the doer of the action. What is the action? Named. Naming is the action, the verb, right? Her late husband is the direct object. It is directly receiving the action of being named. And the executor of her estate, ये किसको नेम दिया जा रहा है? Her late husband को direct object के बारे में बताया जा रहा है, उसको क्या नाम दिया गया है? So this is telling us about the direct object, right? So this is functioning as our object complement. And what is this? This is a noun phrase. ये पूरा का पूरा जो phrase है, ये noun की तरह काम कर रहा है. The executor of her estate. Clear? बताइए. Any doubts? What are? Yes, Nazim बताइए.
मैम ये factitive verbs क्या होता?
Factitive verbs, the verb that is giving us a fact, I think. Okay, re-identifying the object of the factitive verb. So factitive verb is basically the main verb of the sentence, I think, जो object पर directly काम कर रहा है, which is directly acting upon the object. Okay, Nazim?
Okay, ma'am.
All right. So थोड़ा check कर लीजिएगा. I'm not really sure. I'll also check and tell you. So let's come to the next part. So these are nouns and noun phrases working as object complements. Next, we come to adjectives and adjective phrases that are working as working as object complements. So adjectives that function as object complements serve to describe or modify the direct object. So obviously हमें पता है कि adjective का main function क्या है? किसी चीज को modify करना, किसी noun को describe करना. अब हमें ये भी पता है कि object noun ही होगा, या तो वो gerund होगा, infinitive होगा, noun ही होगा, मतलब कोई भी ऐसा चीज जो noun की तरह function कर रहा है. So एक adjective phrase या adjective जो कि ऑब्जेक्ट कंप्लीमेंट है, वो भी उसको डिस्क्राइब ही करेगा, किसी ना किसी तरीके से उसको डिस्क्राइब करेगा, किसी ना किसी तरीके से उसको मॉडिफाई करेगा. ऑलराइट, that's why it is called an adjective phrase. So like all object complements, adjectives must follow the direct object, but they are describing. If they come before it, they are simply acting as attributive adjectives, which are not necessary to complete the meaning of the sentence. Exactly what I gave you the example. जो example मैंने अभी बताया कि he is a good boy and that boy is good. There is a difference. First वाला जो good है, that is simply an adjective. वो simply एक adjective है, वो हमें जरूरत नहीं है sentence को complete करने के लिए, उसको हम हटा सकते हैं. But जो second वाला good है, that is a good boy, or that boy is good. This good is a complement, an adjective complement. Why? Because it is necessary to complete the sentence. Uske bina the sentence will fall apart, right? The sentence will crumble because uska structural grammatical sense ही नहीं निकलेगा. Alright, so basically यही यहाँ पे बताया गया है कि जो भी हमारा adjective या adjective phrase object complement की तरह काम करेगा, वो हमारे direct object के बाद ही आएगा, not before it. If it is coming before it, then it is simply functioning as an attributive adjective. That is basic adjective. Just a good girl, bad girl, red car, yellow house, right? Simple adjective की तरह काम कर रहा है. But when the adjective comes at the end of the sentence, then it is working as an adjective complement. Sorry, object complement. That is an adjective. Okay, let's look at some of the examples and you will understand. All he wanted was to make his husband happy. Again, same thing. Right? All he wanted was to make his husband happy. Next one, the excitement of the day got the kids way too hyper. The excitement of the day got the kids way too hyper. So way too hyper, the entire thing is working as our adjective phrase. पूरा का पूरा जो है adjective phrase की तरह काम कर रहा है. Main adjective क्या है इसमें? Hyper is the main adjective of the phrase. That is hyper. Got the kids hyper. Hyper मतलब बहुत ज्यादा excited हो जाना. Okay. So अगर sentence को हम तोड़े, तो we can see the excitement of the day. The entire thing is the subject. The entire thing is the subject. What is it doing? Got. Got is the verb. The kids, direct object. Okay. So the excitement of the day is working. What is the verb? Got. Getting. What is it getting? Whom is it getting? It is getting the kids. And what is it telling us about the kids? Way too hyper. कौन way too hyper है? The kids are way too hyper. So obviously अगर direct object के बारे में कोई चीज describe कर रही है, what is it? It is object complement. Okay. And because this is an adjective phrase, so यहाँ पे ये adjective phrase है जो object complement की तरह काम कर रहा है. Is this clear, guys? बताइए. I hope this is clear. So I'll give one more example here. If you take one more example, like let's say the pressure of the exams made him thin. Okay, the pressure of the exams made him thin. And if I write he is thin, sorry, not he is thin, call that thin man. Call that thin man. Okay, in both of the sentences, you can see that thin is basically an adjective, right? The pressure of the exams made him thin and call the thin man. दोनों में ही हमारा adjective है thin. But ये जो पहला वाला है, इसमें ये complement का काम कर रहा है. क्यों? क्योंकि ये जो जिसको complement कर रहा है उसके बाद आ रहा है. Him के बाद आ रहा है ये. It is talking about him, that is thin. Right, but इसके बाद आ रहा है, so it is complementing him. Why? Another reason is because अगर हम thin हटा देंगे sentence से, so sentence का कुछ मतलब नहीं निकलेगा. The pressure of the exams made him. Full stop. Doesn't make any sense. You have to add thin at the end. But if you look at this sentence, call that thin man. Thin is simply describing man, which is coming before it. So thin man के पहले आ रहा है. So it is simply working as an attributive adjective. As an attributive adjective. So इसको अगर हम हटा दे sentence से, the sentence still grammatically makes sense. Call that man. Okay, so this is the difference between an attributive adjective and an adjective functioning as a object complement. I hope this is clear, guys. Yes? कोई doubts है, please ask. Okay. चलिए, next one we have is relative clauses. So we just a little question. What are relative clauses? Anyone? Yes. Yes, yes. बताइए. What are relative clauses? Anyone? Yes, Reena.
Who, whom, which.
Whom, which, and that also.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Right,
Relative
that
clauses.
also.
Yes,
Those are relative pronouns, Reena. Relative pronouns है. उनके साथ जो clause बनता है, उसको relative clause बोलते हैं. Right?
Yes, ma'am.
Relative clause के दो functions है. Anyone? Yes, Shailendra.
Ma'am, I made one sentence to
बताइए.
define this relative phrase. Are you talking about relative phrase or relative clause?
Relative clause.
Okay. So
Okay, बताइए.
yesterday I saw a person who was standing near my home.
Absolutely correct. Who was standing near my home is the relative clause. Right?
Yeah.
बिल्कुल
Yes.
सही है. And who is working as the relative pronoun? Can you tell
Yes.
me the two characteristics of a relative clause या relative pronoun के दो characteristics क्या क्या है? What are the two parts of speech it functions as?
Ma'am, independent or dependent, I think clause.
No, that is clause. That is clause. Clauses के types. One, it functions as the pronoun. Second, it functions as the conjunction. दो चीजों की तरह काम करता है. एक तो वो pronoun का काम करता है, दूसरा conjunction का काम करता है. if I say he is the man who came to my house. If I say he is the man who came to my house, यहाँ पर who is working as two things, pronoun and conjunction. Pronoun क्यों? He is the man, full stop, he came to my house, right? He is the man, full stop, he came to my house. This should be the sentence, the two sentences. But हम क्या कर रहे हैं? He के जगह पे who लगा रहे हैं. So this the man, इसको हम सब्स्टिट्यूट करके who लगा रहे हैं. So obviously noun को सब्स्टिट्यूट कर अगर कोई वर्ड लगाया जाए उसको क्या बोलेंगे? Pronoun, right? So it is functioning as a pronoun. And why is it functioning as a conjunction? He is the man, full stop. He came to my house, full stop. Two independent clauses are there. उनको जोड़ रहा है. कौन जोड़ रहा है? Who जोड़ रहा है? He is the man who came to my house. दो independent clauses को अगर कोई चीज जोड़े उसको क्या बोलेंगे? Conjunction, right? So it is working as both a pronoun and a conjunction in the sentence. And it is called a relative pronoun. And उसके बाद जो भी information दी जाती है, the entire clause मतलब independent clause जो उसके साथ जुड़ा हुआ है, उसको क्या बोलते हैं? उसको बोलते हैं relative clause. Okay, clear guys what relative clauses are? चलिए, so let's see how relative clauses can also function as object complements. So relative clauses are dependent clauses that are introduced by relative pronouns. So relative pronouns के साथ उनको introduce किया जाता है. It starts with a relative pronoun. Like adjectives, relative clauses serve to describe the object that they follow. जैसे ही adjectives भी अपने object को describe कर रहे थे, जो भी adjectives हमारा object complement बन रहा था, वो क्या कर रहा था? वो object के बारे में कुछ ना कुछ बता रहा था. Similarly, relative clauses भी हमारे object के बारे में कुछ ना कुछ describe करते हैं या कुछ ना कुछ बताते हैं. For this reason, they are often called adjective clauses. इसी वजह से इनको adjective clause भी बोला जाता है कभी-कभी. Okay. So let's look at the example. The first one we did. Do you know someone who can work the printer? Let's look at another example. That is, I hate the color that they printed this room. That they painted this room. I hate the color that they painted this room. So if you look at this sentence, इसको थोड़ा तोड़ेंगे. I is the subject of the sentence. What is I doing? Hating. So verb of the sentence. What is it hating? The color. So the color becomes our direct object of the sentence. अब इस direct object color के बारे में कुछ बोला जा रहा है. What is it saying? That they painted this room. What is the color that they painted this room with? Right? So this becomes our object complement because this is telling us something about the color. It is telling us about something about the color. Object complement बन गया ये हमारा. और ये क्या है? ये हमारा relative clause है. ये जो that है, ये हमारा relative pronoun है. किसके जगह पे stand कर रहा है? The color के जगह पे stand कर रहा है. Right? It is taking the place of the color, working as a pronoun, also joining the two sentences, so working as a conjunction. Clear, guys, how relative clauses are working as object complements in a sentence? Yes? Okay, chaliye, amazing. So we will go to the next one, that is infinitives and infinitive phrases. So how yes, Shailendra?
I hate the color that they painted in this room. Is
No,
it correct?
not in this room. No, not in this room. हम कोई काम ऐसा नहीं है, like painting the room is not something that we are doing. What to say? In नहीं आएगा. The preposition in will not be used. Either you can say I hate the color that they painted this room. जिस color से इस room को paint किया गया है, I hate that color. या फिर say को हम with बोल सकते हैं in English. So you can say that I hate the color that they painted this room with. इसके end में अगर आप with लगाएंगे तो भी चलेगा, but not in. Okay, शैलेंद्र? बिकॉज ऐसा तो नहीं बोलूंगी ना मैं कि रूम के अंदर को कैसा पेंट किया है. मैं क्या बोलूंगी? इस रूम को कैसा पेंट किया गया है. ओके, सो इसीलिए प्रीपोजिशन नहीं आएगा, इन नहीं आएगा. चलिए, लेट्स कम टू द नेक्स्ट वन, दैट इज इंफिनिटिव्स एंड इंफिनिटिव फ्रेजेस. सो दीज कैन आल्सो वर्क एज आवर ऑब्जेक्ट कॉम्प्लीमेंट्स. An infinitive or infinitive phrase acts as an object complement by describing the intended or described desired action of the direct object. So this is important. The intended or desired action of the direct object. So कोई ना कोई अगर हम ऑब्जेक्ट के बारे में बात कर रहे हैं, कोई काम किया जा रहा है, सो उसका एक डिजायर्ड एक्शन है, मे बी कोई डिजायर्ड रिजल्ट है आपका उसका, या फिर इंटेंडेड एक्शन है कि ये कर रहे हैं ताकि ये हो, राइट? सो उसका जो डिजायर्ड एक्शन है, उसका जो डिजायर्ड रिजल्ट है, उसको हम कैसे एक्सप्रेस करते हैं अगर ऑब्जेक्ट के बारे में बात कर रहे हैं, तो ऑब्जेक्ट कंप्लीमेंट यूज करके करते हैं. एंड व्हाट विल बी द ऑब्जेक्ट कंप्लीमेंट हियर? इंफिनिटिव और एन इंफिनिटिव फ्रेज. या तो वो एक इंफिनिटिव होगा या फिर वो एक इंफिनिटिव फ्रेज होगा. सो लेट्स लुक एट द फर्स्ट एग्जांपल. वी लुक्ड एट दिस. आई डिडंट एक्सपेक्ट यू टू अप्रूव. टू अप्रूव किनसे एक्सपेक्ट किया जा रहा है? नहीं एक्सपेक्ट किया जा रहा है, रादर टू अप्रूव यू से. And you is our direct object here. इसीलिए to approve, which is an infinitive, is working as the object complement of the direct object you. Okay, let's look at the second example. She's forcing me to work this weekend. The weekend. She's forcing me to work the weekend. She is forcing me to work this weekend. Okay, this is the sentence. So she is forcing me to work this weekend. The entire thing becomes our object complement and it is our infinitive phrase. Phrase क्यों है पता चल रहा है? क्योंकि to work के साथ this weekend भी जुड़ गया है, so phrase है. She is forcing me. She becomes our subject. Is forcing. S forcing means is forcing. Verb. And किसको force किया जा रहा है? Me को force किया जा रहा है. Direct object, right? अब मी के बारे में क्या बोला जा रहा है, क्या एक्सपेक्ट किया जा रहा है उनसे? व्हाट इज द डिजायर्ड एक्शन फ्रॉम मी? टू वर्क दिस वीकेंड. दैट इज द डिजायर्ड एक्शन फ्रॉम मी. सो दिस बिकम्स आवर ऑब्जेक्ट कंप्लीमेंट. दैट इज बेसिकली एन इंफिनिटिव फ्रेज. ओके, आई कैन सी शैलेंद्र एंड कार्तिक अनम्यूटेड. बताइए व्हाट क्वेश्चंस? शैलेंद्र फर्स्ट, कार्तिक सेकंड. ओके, कार्तिक यू स्टार्ट.
Some small confusion in this kind of infinitives and infinitives phrases. What is direct object and what is the object complement? Small confusion. Expect to approve. So here to approve is not direct object and you is not indirect object.
No.
Small confusion. Okay.
She's forcing to work this weekend. I expect
She's forcing
you to approve.
To work this weekend is a direct object and me is indirect object. We cannot say like that.
No, we cannot say like that. I'll tell you why. I didn't expect to approve. Does this really make sense? I didn't expect to approve. No. If I would say approve, अगर मुझे approve को ही object बनाना होता, I would have said I didn't expect approval. Okay.
Yeah,
I didn't expect your approval. Then your would become our
indirect.
no, then it would simply be an adjective, right? And approval
Yeah.
would become our direct object. Understood, Karthik?
Yeah, small confusion. Yeah.
Okay. See, same thing is happening. She's forcing me to work this weekend. Again, to work this weekend, she's forcing to work this weekend. To work this weekend is not becoming our direct object. Then I would say something like she's forcing some kind of work on me, maybe. Okay. Then it would become the direct object. यहाँ पर force किसको किया जा रहा है? Who is this verb working on? Always remember कि verb जिन पर काम करता है, that becomes our object, right? So who is being forced here? I am being forced here, me, right? So me becomes our direct object here. I can understand, like it can be a little confusing, right?
Yeah, in this kind of sentence only. Other sentences I am able to understand.
Yes, other sentences you are understanding because it is infinitive. That's why it is feeling like it looks like that. But no, it is basically object complement only, not the direct object. Direct object you and me hi hoga. All right.
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
Yes, and Shailendra, did you have a question?
No, ma'am, it was mistake.
Okay. Chaliye. So I hope yahan tak clear hai. We will move on to the next one, that is gerunds and gerund phrases. So gerunds and gerund phrases can also work as object complements. How so? We will look. So gerunds generally function as object complements by describing what the direct object is or was doing. So we already know कि gerund is gerund is a verb in the ing form that is functioning as a noun, right? Gerund is a verb in the ing form that is functioning as a noun. But although it is functioning as a noun, doesn't mean that it doesn't indicate towards action. It does, right? It always does indicate towards some kind of action. If I say swimming is my hobby, I am giving a name to the action of swimming, that is swimming, right? उसको एक नाम दिया जा रहा है, तैरने को एक नाम दिया जा रहा है, that is swimming. And I'm trying to talk about that action and telling you that that action is my favorite hobby. So similarly, when a gerund is used as an object complement, जब gerund को object complement की तरह भी use किया जाता है, वो कोई ना कोई action का के तरफ indicate करता है. It talks about the action of the object. Direct object के action के बारे में कुछ ना कुछ बताता है. That it was either doing in the past or it is doing in the present. Okay. As opposed to infinitives, which describe an action that has not yet been done. So, क्या बोला जा रहा है? देखिए, very interesting. In the infinitive sentences, I didn't expect you to approve. It is something that has not yet been done. It is in the futuristic sense. But when we are using gerund phrases, इसमें भी verb का sense आ रहा है. There is a certain certain indication towards an action, but this action has either happened in the past or is happening in the present. It is not something in the future. All right, let's look at the example. We came across him lying in the yard. Lying in the yard is an action that is happening right now. Okay, sorry, we came across, so past में हुआ था. So again, him को describe कर रहा है. The direct object him that is being described by the gerund phrase that is lying in the yard. Next one, my mother noticed the baby walking by himself. Walking by himself is again our gerund phrase. My mother, subject. What is the subject doing? Noticing, verb. The baby is our direct object. Whom is it noticing? The baby. And what is the baby doing? Walking by himself. Again, it is something either in the present or in the past, not future. So this gerund phrase is describing something about the baby. It is working as our object complement. So is this clear, guys? यहाँ तक बताइए object complements, how they are functioning. Any questions? So these are all the object complements that are there. Yes, Shailendra?
Ma'am, you said that gerund and gerund phrase can represent present and past. But if
Just
you
in
read
this
this
case.
sentence,
Yes, बताइए.
my mother noticed the baby walking by himself. So, ma'am, it is clearly understood that she was talking about past. My mother noticed the baby walking by himself. So,
Right.
how could it be a present?
It is the past, it is not present.
No, that is not present. I'm giving an example for present. I can see him studying very hard. Okay, Shailendra.
Okay.
Here it is verb.
Yeah, this sentence is talking about the present.
Right.
No, here studying is the verb, no?
No, it's not. I can see him studying very hard. Can see is the main verb of the sentence. Can is modal. See is the main verb. I is the subject. Him is the object. And studying very hard is what the him is doing. So this studying very hard becomes our gerund phrase. Okay. Karthik, understood?
Studying is not a verb, ma'am, here.
No, it is a gerund. पूरा का पूरा gerund phrase है. I can see him studying very hard. I, subject, can see, verb. See main verb, can modal. Him, direct object जिसको देखा जा रहा है. What is the direct object doing? Studying very hard. So the entire studying very hard becomes object complement that is functioning as a gerund or gerund phrase. Understood, Karthik?
Okay, yes, ma'am. Understood, ma'am.
Okay. चलिए, Shailendra also, I hope this is clear.
Yeah.
Chaliye, amazing. So these are all the types of object complements that are there in the English language. So इसको थोड़ा सा अच्छे से समझ लेंगे तो sentence structure बनाने में easy होगा, right? So we will move on to the next types of complements that are adjective complements.
Only small doubt, ma'am, small doubt.
Yes.
Sometimes we say walking by himself and sometimes we say walking himself. So I'm confused in this kind of
Walking
sentence.
himself तो नहीं होता है. Walking himself is not correct. Walking the
not
dog हो
here.
सकता है.
Not here, but sometimes we say like I finished the work myself, and sometimes we say I finished the work by myself. So sometimes we add by, and sometimes we don't add by before reflexive pronouns.
Yes,
So
reflexive pronouns. Correct, correct. Absolutely correct. I think we also discussed this like when we were doing reflexive pronouns. So this one won't be himself. Okay, Karthik, this one won't come under that example. But what you're trying to say is, for example, I completed the work myself and I completed the work by myself, right?
yeah,
So there is a difference. I forgot the difference, but the difference is very subtle. I think it is something according the lines of I completed
emphasis
the
you're saying?
Ma'am,
Emphasis.
Yes.
I have done work by myself means it was alone me who did the work.
Right, right. And if I say I did the work myself, it basically means कि मैंने अपना काम खुद ही कर लिया है. And if I say I did the work by myself, I'm kind of emphasizing the fact that there was no one who did it for me, and that is why I had to do. Okay, I think this is the difference, Karthik.
Only with this, by yesterday only I thought of asking this question, but I forgot.
Yes, I can give you a more comprehensive answer if I can just look at it. Like थोड़ा सा search कर लूँगी तो मिल जाएगा. But I think
then.
yes, I remember not tomorrow, today evening only. So I remember we had this discussion when we were doing reflexive pronouns. Reflexive is subject and object are same, right? So I did the work myself. I subject है, myself object है, दोनों ही same person है. That is why myself का use हो रहा है. But by myself बोलेंगे, I think it is because of a lack of help. Because you're not getting help from anyone, that is why you are forced to do the work. That is why you are using by.
In some books, it is mentioned that if we say himself, here himself is a reflexive pronoun. But if we say by himself, here himself is an intensive pronoun.
No, not intensive pronoun. It cannot be. Intensive pronoun is grammatically unnecessary to the sentence. I myself did the work. I did the work. Myself can be taken out. But if I say I did the work by myself, I cannot take that verb out. I cannot take that word out. Sorry. So of course it is necessary to the sentence grammatically. So it cannot be intensive pronoun. It's not possible. It is a reflexive pronoun. The meaning is different slightly. Okay.
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
That is for sure. But थोड़ा सा और comprehensive answer I'll give you. Okay, in the evening.
Okay, ma'am.
चलिए. Yes,
Ma'am,
Reena.
I did the work by myself, and I did the work. They both are correct.
Yes, they both are correct. If I
And the
say I
same-
did the work, it is also correct. If I say I did the work by myself, that is also correct. If I say I did the work myself, that is also correct. But
Ma'am,
all
the
of these three have different meanings.
I did the work. मैंने अपना
If
काम
I say
किया.
I did the work, मतलब मैंने ये काम किया है. It may be कि आपने किसी और का मदद लेके किया है, maybe आपने किसी का मदद नहीं लिया है, whatever, right? But if I say I did the work myself, मतलब मैंने खुद से किया है काम. And if I say I did the work by myself, I think it basically means कि किसी ने help नहीं किया तो मुझे ही खुद से करना पड़ा. Okay, Reena.
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
We will have a better discussion about this in the evening. All right.
Okay.
चलिए. All right. So these are the object complements. We are done. Any questions from object complements? बताइए. No questions. Okay. चलिए. So we will now go to adjective complements, right? So कुछ ऐसे adjectives होते हैं जिनके भी complements होते हैं. So we will look at them.
For example, if a person means walks a dog, like can we say like the person walks his dog in the evenings?
Yes. The person walks his dog?
In the evenings. Is it correct?
Yes. That is absolutely correct. Okay. But that is what I told you. You cannot say the person walked himself. You cannot say that. But you can say that the person walked the dog. Here, the subject and the object both are different. The person is the subject, the dog is the object. And walking a dog is a very, it is a common expression, walking the dog, walking your pet. All right. जब उनको सैर करवाने ले जाते हैं, that in English is called as walking your pet or walking the dog. Okay.
Walking the dog. Okay.
Right. So you can say that I took my dog for a walk or I walked my dog in the evening. Okay, that is acceptable, but you cannot say that I walked myself. That is basically like आपने अपने गले में पट्टा लगाकर you are going out, right? That's not possible. चलिए, so let's come to adjective complements. So adjectives are, you know what adjectives are, of course. So adjectives can also have complements. So an adjective is a phrase or a clause that provides information necessary to complete an adjective's meaning. Sorry, an adjective complement is a phrase or clause that provides information necessary to complete an adjective's meaning. So ऐसा कोई phrase है, ऐसा कोई clause है जिसको लगाने की वजह से adjective का जो मतलब है वो पूरा पूरा आ रहा है. That is an adjective clause. एडवर्ब और एडजेक्टिव क्लॉज में सॉरी एडवर्ब और एडजेक्टिव कंप्लीमेंट में कंफ्यूज मत होइए. अगर मैं एडवर्ब नहीं लगाऊं तो भी सेंटेंस का मतलब अपने आप निकलेगा, राइट? Even if I take out the adverb from a sentence, the sentence will be meaningful. But if I take out an adjective clause, the sentence will crumble. It will have no meaning. Grammatical sense nahi niklega. Okay, so adjective complements almost always appear with predicative adjectives. So adjective complements हमेशा predicative adjectives के साथ ही आते हैं. Adjectives that appear after linking verbs. So linking verbs के बाद जो adjectives आते हैं, those are predicative adjectives. Linking verbs मतलब is, are, has, have, वो सारे, right? जब उनको अलग से यूज किया जा रहा है, not with any action verb. Helping verb की तरह नहीं, सिर्फ linking verb की तरह यूज किया जा रहा है. And can be prepositional phrases, infinitives and infinitive phrases or noun phrases. So basically क्या क्या हो सकते हैं? What all can be adjective complements? It can be prepositional phrases, infinitives, infinitive phrases और noun clauses. ये सब के सब हमारे adjective complements हो सकते हैं. All right. If we look at this sentence, I am perfectly content on my own. On my own जो है ये हमारा prepositional phrase है. Right? On my own is a prepositional phrase, and this is talking about, or this is giving us some extra information about what? The adjective that is content. Content के बारे में कुछ extra information दे रहा है. So क्या हो रहा है sentence में? अच्छे से हम sentence को तोड़ कर देखेंगे. I is the subject here. Am is the linking verb. Am क्या है? Linking verb है. It is simply a linking verb. Perfectly content. Perfectly हमारा adverb है, उसको छोड़िए. Okay. Content हमारा adjective है. So we already understand that content is an adjective. So in this sentence, what is happening? We don't have an object. We don't have an object in this sentence. क्या क्या है? Subject है, linking verb है, और linking verb के बाद obviously object नहीं लगेगा. We have already discussed this. So क्या लग रहा है linking verb के बाद? Directly एक adjective लग रहा है जो content है. On my own, ये क्या बोल रहा है? ये इस contentment को describe कर रहा है. When am I content? कब मैं content होती हूँ? When I am on my own. So on my own is a prepositional phrase, क्योंकि preposition से start हो रहा है. Prepositional phrases are the easiest to understand or identify. Why? Preposition से start होता है. On से start हो रहा है, prepositional phrase है, and it is describing about the adjective. ये क्या बन गया हमारा? Adjective complement. Okay, this becomes our adjective complement. Yes, guys, थोड़ा थोड़ा समझ में आ गया? Yes.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
yes, चलिए.
Good,
Okay.
ma'am.
Let's look at the second one. We are just glad to be of service. We are just glad to be of service. यहाँ पर क्या है? To be of service. ये पूरा का पूरा हमारा infinitive phrase है, right? The entire thing. Sorry. So ये पूरा का पूरा हमारा infinitive phrase है. Yes. To be of service. पूरा का पूरा infinitive phrase है. अब फिर से sentence को तोड़ेंगे. We subject are glad, are just glad. So are is basically our verb here. Are हमारा verb है. Okay. So are we know again is a linking verb here. और कोई verb है नहीं sentence में. Just is again another adverb. Adverb को हटाते हैं. हमारा adjective क्या है? Glad है adjective. Glad हमारा adjective है. Subject verb adjective का हमारा formation है sentence में. Adjective को कौन define कर रहा है? Glad किस लिए है हम? Why are we glad? Because we are of service. To be of service. So ये जो है ये adjective को define कर रहा है. ये बन रहा है हमारा adjective complement. और ये adjective complement क्या है? To be of service. To be. To plus bare infinitive be. So the infinitive phrase. So infinitive phrase is working as our adjective complement. Yes, Swati, do you have a question?
Good afternoon, ma'am. How are you?
Good afternoon, Swati. Can you speak a little louder?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, you're audible. बताइए.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, I just want to know the Hindi meaning of this sentence. We are just glad to be of service.
हम बहुत खुश है कि हम आपके काम आए.
अच्छा, okay.
हिंदी में बोलते हैं ना, हम बहुत खुश है कि हम आपकी मदद कर पाए या आपके काम आए. That is basically we are glad to be of service. Okay.
Ma'am, we are just glad to serve you.
We are just glad to serve you. Yes, बिल्कुल हो सकता है.
Means both have same meaning?
No, not really. If I say we are just glad to serve you, इसका मतलब ये हो रहा है कि हम खुश है कि हम आपको सर्व कर पा रहे हैं. Okay, but if I say we are glad to be of service, हम खुश है कि हम आपके कुछ काम आए या हम आपको सर्व कर पाए. So kind of like past tense. All right, Karthik.
Okay, I mean, in English, please, English.
Okay, so sorry, I forgot. Always please remind me, okay? I forgot. So when we are saying we are just glad to be of service, it basically is something that we have already done and we are glad that we could do it. But if I say we are just glad that we can, to serve you, or yes, to serve you, it means, no, not to serve you is not future, present. It is going on. Either it is going on, it has just ended in the present. Okay.
Okay.
Ma'am,
yes.
To be of service, it's a prepositional phrase also?
No, infinitive phrase, Reena. Infinitive. To be, to eat, to go, to sleep. Infinitive. Okay. So it is an infinitive phrase. All right, Reena. Describing what? Describing the adjective glad. Because it is describing the adjective glad, it becomes our adjective complement. All right.
Okay, ma'am.
Clear? Chaliye. Let's look at the last one. Any question? Yes, Swati?
मैम, 1 महीने से ना क्लास अटेंड नहीं करी है कुछ भी. तो जो 1 महीने में आपने ग्रामर पढ़ाया है, shall I cover that first or shall I continue with the going on classes?
You can continue while you are covering, no problem. And अगर आपको बहुत difficulty हो रही है समझने में, then you can skip and you can watch the videos first. See, इसमें थोड़ा सा problem हो सकता है, but we have just started this. Okay, Swati, syntax हमने just start किया है. It's not like कि बहुत दिन पहले का कुछ है जो आपको मतलब if you go through that you will understand this better. So maybe last 2-3 days के videos से देखना start कीजिए. I think we started syntax last class only. Last class only we started. Okay. And for all the new learners, those who have joined like in the last month or a few months back, and they did not do grammar with me from the very beginning, we are going to start from the very beginning, that is the nouns, the parts of speech, again from August. All right. August tak we will be completing all of the grammar that is there in the entire Farflex and all, and we will go back to nouns. वहां से फिर से शुरू करेंगे. Alright, so all those who want to revise maybe कि हाँ फिर से revision करेंगे, या फिर जिन्होंने किया ही नहीं है class, they all can start from August again, and we will start from them. Okay, Swati. And right now you can listen to syntax. Don't worry, you will understand everything. ये थोड़ा सा difficult है क्योंकि complements के बारे में हम ऐसे सीखते नहीं हैं बचपन में, right? We don't really know what complements are. That's why it can be a little confusing. ज़्यादा कुछ है नहीं. We will next move on to phrases, clauses. Then we will move on to types of sentences. Everything you will understand. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Chaliye. And we will look at the last one. That is, we were a little curious why they decided to leave. We were a little curious why they decided to leave. So the noun clause, why they decided to leave, right? Why they decided to leave is becoming our adjective complement here. So again, we will break the sentence. We, subject, were a little curious. So were is our verb, only were. Were ही verb है. Again, linking verb है. There is no action verb here. A little curious. A little को छोड़ते हैं. Little is our adverb. A हमारा वो है. Article जरूरत नहीं है. क्या है हमारा adjective? Curious है adjective. So now why are we curious? Why they decided to leave? किस बारे में curious है हम? किस बारे में उत्सुक है जानने के लिए? कि why they decided to leave. So ये पूरा का पूरा जो clause है, noun clause है, ये पूरा का पूरा, the entire clause, noun हटाइए, बस clause समझिए आप कि पूरा का पूरा clause है. क्यों? क्योंकि they है, एक subject है, decided है, एक verb है. So एक verb है, एक subject है, obviously पूरा का पूरा clause है. And what is the clause doing? The clause is defining something about the adjective. कि why are we curious? Why they decided to leave? About what are we curious? About why they decided to leave. So entire clause, the entire noun clause is becoming our adjective complement. Okay, yahan tak clear hai guys? Is this clear?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Adjective complements.
Yes,
Chaliye,
good, ma'am.
so we will stop here for today, and we still have adverbial complements and subject complements that we will cover in the next classes. And adjective complements ko zyada hum discuss nahi karenge. Adverbials also we won't discuss much, but we will discuss subject complements in detail because that is also very important. All right. Chaliye, thank you so much, guys. If you guys have any questions, any doubts, you can ask me in the evening class today. We have an evening class from 6. Right. So I'll see you guys at 6.
Okay, ma'am.
Bye-bye.
Thank you
Take
so
care.
much.
Thank
Have
you
a
so
nice
much,
day.
Good afternoon, everyone. Pro learners, quickly join the Zoom meeting.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon.
How are you?
I'm good. How about you?
I am pretty good, thank you. So, let me know one thing. How far distance from your place, Kishanganj railway station?
Kishanganj Railway Colony you were talking about?
Yes, railway colony and railway station. Yes.
Yeah, it's near. It's not that far.
Because I'm my residence in railway colony, DC railway colony.
Okay, okay. That's nice. That's nice.
So, you are, I think in Pad, in sorry, in Padi Dheeraj. You are on
Sorry, what?
Padi Dheeraj.
Around that, you can say.
Around that, okay.
All right, guys. The topic is very basis, so I need to change it. It's like this and that. This is my cloth. That is your cloth. So give me one moment. Active passive we have done. Phrasal verbs we can do. News par baatcheet. This is something different and a good topic. So guys, please refresh your pages. I have changed the topic. News par baatcheet. We are going to talk about news.
Man, do you know acronym of news?
What do you know?
Acronym of news.
Acronym, yes.
What is?
You're asking. You
I'm
know,
out.
you're just
I'm
asking.
asking about full form of news.
I don't know. Some people say it is north, east, west, south. And some people say it's notable events, weather, and sports. So I am not really sure which is the right one. But yes. But some. So yeah. Northeast.
So my
North.
sense say is north, east, west, south. I think is correct. I need to search out.
Both. We can say that believes that news is derived from an acronym of the phrase notable events, weather and sports, because हर चीज के बारे में हमें notable events के बारे में news बताता है, weather के बारे में, sports के बारे में, or that it is formed from the first letters of the compass, north, east, west, south are correct or would be considered examples of a acronym. तो yes, दोनों ही हैं, दोनों यही है. Yeah. जिन लोगों को नहीं पता था उन लोगों को आज पता चल ही गया होगा. Students class बहुत late join करते हैं. Okay guys, let's start with the first slide. Someone please read the dialogue to students.
Anu.
Anu,
Okay.
did you watch the news today? No, what happened? There was an earthquake in Gujarat. Oh my God, that's travel news.
दीपेंद्र, ये डायलॉग है, ये दो लोगों के डायलॉग है, एक इंसान को नहीं रीड करना, ठीक है? Someone else please read to the dialogue.
Okay, ma'am, I'm ready.
Yes.
Okay. Anu, did you watch the news today?
No, what happened?
There was an earthquake in Gujarat.
Oh my God, that's terrible news.
Yes, so guys, this is how we hear about any news, any what do we call latest news or breaking news. Did you watch the news today? क्या तुमने आज न्यूज को हिंदी में क्या बोलते हैं, खबर देखी या राइट? नो, what happened? क्या हुआ? There was an earthquake in Gujarat. गुजरात में earthquake नहीं है भूपिंदर, it's quick, earthquake, quake.
Okay, earthquake.
प्यार से ज्यादा मुंह नहीं खोलना, quack. Oh my God, that's terrible news. Terrible means बहुत बुरी, ये बहुत बुरी खबर है. That's terrible news. All right. Next we have quiz. क्या आज आपने news देखी? So this, how will you say the same sentence in English? Will you watch the news today? Did you? Are you? Is you? Choose the right option. लिवियाना थोड़ा ध्यान दिए क्लास पे. मैं टेरिबल का भी मतलब बताया. टेरिबल मतलब बहुत बुरा, वेरी बैड.
भयानक.
Vinder, please answer.
Yes. Did you watch the news today?
Did you watch? The news नहीं आएगा, the news आएगा. The हम जब बोलते हैं जब AEIOU से कोई वर्ड स्टार्ट होता है. Did you? So guys, हम पूछ तो प्रेजेंट में ही रहे हैं, लेकिन हम ये पूछ रहे हैं कि देखी है या नहीं. तो that's why we are using did यहाँ पे. Did you watch the news today? Okay. Will you? No, incorrect. It's like for future. Are you? Are के साथ ing आएगा. Are you watching the news? Incorrect. Is you? इसके साथ use नहीं आता. So did you is the right answer. Next slide. गुजरात में भूकंप आया है. Another news, another breaking news. Translate this. There was the earthquake in Gujarat. There is an, there was an, there had an. Dipendra, please answer.
And the third one is the right answer. There was an earthquake in Gujarat. गुजरात में भूकंप आया था.
Yes, there was an earthquake. Yes, was आया था. There was. Very good.
It was happened in 2001.
It was happened नहीं आएगा. It happened in 2001. Right. Next slide. आज की ताजा खबर. Please arrange the jumble words. Jaya.
Today's latest news. आज की ताजा खबर.
Today's latest. So guys, latest जो है वो late की third degree है. Late, later, latest. सबसे ज्यादा नया, सबसे ज्यादा ताजा. तो ताजा ये ब्रेड के साथ नहीं यूज करनी. ठीक है, वैसे आप कर भी सकते हैं, लेकिन उसके लिए हम वो फ्रेश यूज करते हैं. ठीक है, तो ये वो वाला फ्रेश नहीं है. दिस इज लेटेस्ट वाला. तो दिस इज लेटेस्ट न्यूज. टुडेज लेटेस्ट न्यूज. आज की ताजा खबर. Right, next slide. Hey Bhagwan, how do you say that in English? Quickly translate. Karthik.
Hey Bhagwan, oh God.
हो नहीं, oh, oh God, oh God, oh God, yes, oh God हम कब करते हैं guys, जब हम कोई बुरी खबर सुनते हैं, वहां पे भूकंप आ गया, oh God, वहां कुछ हो गया, oh God. So yes, this is oh God. This is our latest package. Package नहीं होता, packet होता है. Paras. Next slide. Someone please read. Read करिए भाई.
कैजुअलिटी, दुर्घटना का शिकार.
Casualty क्या होती है? If अगर आप न्यूज़ सुनते हैं, you must know what this word means, and if you do not read or listen to the news, then you must not know. So casualty is when something happens. For example, earthquake आया, तो earthquake जब आया तो काफी घर, काफी फैक्ट्रीज और काफी schools जो है वो गिर गए, उनकी बिल्डिंग्स खराब हो गई, टूट गए. दिस इज व्हाट वी कॉल कैजुअलिटी, दुर्घटना का शिकार. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड. डायलॉग टू स्टूडेंट्स, प्लीज रीड.
I hope there was no casualty.
According to the report, 20 dead bodies have been found.
What?
It could have been worse, but thankfully, the help arrived on time.
So अब लड़की ने, अब हमने कहाँ तक कॉन्वर्सेशन करी थी कि डिड यू सी द न्यूज और डिड यू वॉच द न्यूज. देख उसके बाद क्या बात हो रही है आगे. आई होप देयर वॉज नो कैजुअलिटी. मैं आशा करती हूँ या उम्मीद करती हूँ कि कोई कैजुअलिटी ना हो, मतलब नुकसान ना हुआ हो. तो सेकंड पर्सन ने क्या बताया? अकॉर्डिंग टू द रिपोर्ट 20 dead bodies have been found. What? Yes, it could have been worse. और ज्यादा हाल बुरा हो सकता था, but thankfully the help arrived on time. Right? I believe Ansar, Deepak, Zahira, you guys are learning something different because यहाँ आपका correct और incorrect response आ रहा है. Please refresh your pages. Okay, so yes, so this is casualty. दुर्घटना का शिकार कौन हुए? 20 लोग, because there was 20 dead bodies after earthquake. Next, आशा करता या करती हूँ कोई हादसे का शिकार नहीं हुआ. Choose the right option. I am hope there was no casualty. I hope there was no casualty. Casualty. Kalpana, please answer.
I hope there was no casualty.
Yes, I hope there was no casualty. So guys, what is the difference between second and third option? Second में casually है, casualty नहीं है. Third में casualty है. So I believe काफी students ने same mistake करी है. सावन, दीपेंद्र, भूपेंद्र, लवप्रीत, विशाखा, अनीता. No, we cannot say corpse instead of dead bodies. धार्मिक. कॉर्प्स कहते हैं कंकाल को, जहां तक मुझे ध्यान है. सो हम उन्हें डेड बॉडीज मिली है, मतलब मरे हुए इंसानों का क्या कहते हैं उसे, बॉडी. तो कॉर्प्स इज नॉट द राइट वर्ड टू यूज. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड गाइस. एम्बुलेंस समय पर आ गई. The ambulance arrive on time, was arrived on time, was arrived or arrived on time. Livyana, we want to learn English आएगा, okay? All right, next we have Krishna. Please answer.
Fourth one, ma'am. The ambulance arrived on time.
Yeah, the ambulance arrived on time. Here we can pronounce the as the because ambulance is from A. The ambulance arrived on time. Past simple. Next slide, dialogue. 2 students, please read.
Did you watch the news about the floods in Uttarakhand?
Who's reading? Priya. Priya, floods hai, floods.
Floods in Uttarakhand.
Yes, I heard some people suffered for months.
Heard नहीं होता, heard होता है. Yes, I heard.
I heard some people suffered for months.
It was difficult for the rescue workers to reach there.
Yes. So now, guys, we are talking about another news. Did you watch the news about the floods in Uttarakhand? I hope you all remember that Uttarakhand में floods आए थे around 2010. Yes.
2013, I think 13 or 12.
12 or 13, yes. So तो हम वही बात कर रहे हैं यहाँ पे. क्या तुमने न्यूज देखी? Did you watch the news about the floods? And second person is saying, yes, I heard. मैंने सुना है. Some people suffered for months. बहुत लोग सालों महीनों तक सफर करा है. बहुत लोगों ने. सफर मतलब हिंदी में मतलब काफी लोग परेशान हुए. They suffered from it. And it was difficult for the rescue workers to reach there. Rescue workers कौन होते हैं? Please tell me.
CRPF.
बताइए.
Police, CRPF.
Who comes for means critical.
People who rescue, yes.
Save them, save someone's life from
Save their
dangers.
lives. अगर ऐसा कोई भूकंप आ जाता है तो गवर्नमेंट हैज देयर ओन इट्स ओन रेस्क्यू टीम. तो वो भेजी जाती है. वहां से वो लोगों को बचाते हैं, आराम से निकालते हैं whenever there is any earthquake or floods or any other problem. So उसे हम बोलते हैं रेस्क्यू वर्कर. तो it was difficult for the rescue workers to reach there. मुश्किल था, इसलिए लोगों ने महीनों तक सफर किया है. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड. क्या आपने उत्तराखंड में बाढ़ की न्यूज सुनी? प्लीज चूज द राइट ऑप्शन. डिड यू लिसन द न्यूज? डिड यू हेयर टू द न्यूज? डिड यू हेयर द न्यूज? डिड यू हेयर द न्यूज? एलपी जोशी, यस इट वाज हैपेंड नहीं आएगा, इट हैपेंड आएगा. was के साथ आप थर्ड फॉर्म नहीं यूज करें and unless we are using passive sentence. Okay, Nazim, please answer.
Yes, ma'am. Did you hear the news about the floods in Uttarakhand?
Yes, so guys, did का यूज हो रहा है, did के साथ हमेशा verb की first form यूज होती है. So did you hear the news about the floods in Uttarakhand? The third option is the right option. Diksha, Pratap, Subhoshri, Mukherjee, Pulumi, Priya, Paras. Incorrect response. Next. उन्हें महीनों तक कष्ट झेलना पड़ा. They suffered for months. They are suffering. They were suffered. They will be suffering. Neelam, please answer.
Yes, ma'am. First one correct answer.
First one is the correct answer.
First one is the correct answer. They suffered for months.
They suffered for months. Past simple. They suffered. Next slide. मददगारों के लिए वहां पहुंचना मुश्किल था. Please arrange the jumble words. Impeccable. Yes, this sentence is right. Pratap.
Yes, ma'am. It was difficult for the helpers to reach there.
It was difficult for the helpers to reach there. Very good. Next slide. Dialogue. Someone or no, not someone. Two students, please read.
Natural disasters are increasing day by day. There is a similar situation in Jammu and Kashmir.
The situation is getting worse with each passing day.
The situation
I
is
pray
getting
for the
worse.
family.
Krishna, other students are reading.
I pray for the families living there.
Me too, but we should also send help.
Yes. So now we are talking about another news, that natural disasters. What are natural disasters? These floods, earthquakes, drought. These are natural disasters. Forest fires जो naturally occur होते हैं. One we have man-made pollution and the other we have natural disasters. So we are talking about natural disasters. They are increasing day by day. There is a similar situation in Jammu and Kashmir. ऐसा Jammu and Kashmir में भी हो रहा है. The situation is getting worse with each passing day. हर गुजरते दिन जो situation है वो बद से बदतर होती जा रही है. I pray for the families living there. Me too, but we should also send help. हमें मदद भेजनी चाहिए.
Madam, could you please light on passing day? Could you please little bit elaborate about this?
Passing day का मतलब होता है हर गुजरते दिन. Each passing day.
Okay, passing day. गुजरते दिन.
गुजर रहा है ना दिन, हर दिन गुजर रहा है. 12 घंटे खत्म, 24 घंटे खत्म, दूसरा दिन लग गया, फिर खत्म, आगे हो गया. तो इसको हम बोल रहे हैं ना हर गुजरते दिन वहां पे हालात बद से बदतर हो रहे हैं. The situation is getting worse with each passing day due to natural disasters. Next, Dharmik, are you literally asking the meaning of goosebumps? नेक्स्ट, दिन प्रतिदिन प्राकृतिक आपदाएं बढ़ती जा रही हैं. Choose the right option. Day by day, natural disasters are increasing. Naturally disasters, have natural disasters, natural disasters.
I didn't read naturally. While it
भाई आप लोग गलती कर देना. Priya,
Day by day, natural disasters are increasing.
फिर से पढ़िए प्रिया.
Day by day, natural disasters.
Disaster, दोनों में स का साउंड आएगा ना.
Disasters are increasing.
Increasing, crazing नहीं, increasing. Yes, natural disasters are increasing.
Are increasing.
Yes. So the first one is the right option, guys. Second में naturally है, third में have natural है, और fourth में natural disasters is increasing है. Next, स्थिति बहुत खराब है. Arrange the jumble words. Savan, please answer.
The situation is very bad.
The situation is very bad.
Bad.
बहुत बुरी है. ठीक है, बहुत बुरी हालत है. बहुत बुरी. Sorry, what?
Madam, why not use was
Worse, because we are not comparing the situation. We can say the situation is worse than before. So here I am using words because I'm comparing. It's a comparative degree of adjective. So we use words when we compare two things, two situations, two people.
Yeah, right.
I'm not comparing it to any before or after situation. That's why we are using very bad. If you want to use words, you can say the situation is worse than before. पहले से ज़्यादा बुरा हाल है. Okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Right, madam, right. Thank you.
Perfect. Next slide. There was a similar dash J and K situated in, situation on, situated at, situation in Jammu and Kashmir. I am agree नहीं होता लिव्याना. M के साथ verb में ing आता है. I agree. Sifat.
There was a similar situation in J and K.
Situation in मतलब ऐसा ही हाल जम्मू एंड कश्मीर में था. There was a similar situation. Right. Next. मैं वहां रहने वाले परिवारों के लिए प्रार्थना करता या करती हूँ. I pray for the families living there or living there. Very easy. Ma'am, could you please tell the process? It's very simple, Danisha. I have sent a pro link. Please check, click on that link. You can pay the membership for membership through your Google Pay, Paytm, anything. And your membership will start from the moment you pay for it, and it will remain for 365 days. And after that, once you will join this session, you will get a link for Zoom meeting. You will click on that link and you will be able to talk and answer like other students. So, Shri.
A second one, I pray for the families living there.
I pray for the families living there. There ki spelling THERE, there, wahan. Not THEIR, unka. Next slide. हमें वहां मदद भेजनी चाहिए. We are send help there. Should we? We should. We would send. Very easy. Taroop.
We should send help there.
Yes, we should. हमें भेजनी चाहिए. We should send help there.
Actually, one day you said that your cousin is also studying here. I think Tarub is your cousin.
Oh, really? Are you?
Yeah, I think so.
You can think anything. You are open to think anything. Why
Because
the
I think
second one is wrong?
she's the only Muslim girl means attending your classes daily. I think she's your cousin.
Okay. If you think like that, Karthik. And Durga Rao, you are asking why second one is incorrect, because second one is interrogative sentence. And the question, the हमें वहाँ मदद भेजनी चाहिए, the Hindi sentence is positive, not interrogative. I am not asking whether we should send help or not. I am telling you we should send help there. Next, dialogue. Two students, please read.
What can we do to help? Who is reading?
Anyone, please read.
We can send some stuff.
Like what?
They require blankets, medicines, and dry ration after such a disaster.
ration after such a disaster. So now guys, यहाँ पे हमने बात करी मदद भेजनी चाहिए, but what can we do to help? हम क्या कर सकते हैं help करने के लिए? We can send some stuff. हम कुछ सामान भेज सकते हैं. Like what? They require blankets, medicines, and dry ration. Dry ration means like चीनी और आटा वगैरह, biscuits, जो भी वो खा सकते हैं after such a disaster. Okay. नेक्स्ट, हम मदद करने के लिए क्या कर सकते हैं? Sorry, students, that there was some network error. Yeah, back. We were on this slide. हम मदद करने के लिए क्या कर सकते हैं? Right? Dipendra, please answer.
Yes, ma'am. What can we do to help?
What can we do to help? Now, this is an interrogative question or sentence. So we are saying, what can we do? Yes. How can we do? No. What can we help? No. What can we do help? No. So the second one is the right answer. Next slide. हम कुछ सामान भेज सकते हैं. Please arrange the jumble words. Jaya?
We can send some stuff. हम कुछ सामान भेज सकते हैं.
Yes, we can send some stuff. हम कुछ सामान भेज सकते हैं. Very good. Stuff, guys, हम सामान के लिए बोलते हैं. तो कुछ भी सामान है उसके लिए हम stuff word का यूज कर सकते हैं. Things ज्यादा कॉमन नहीं है. Stuff is more common than things. We can send some things नहीं. We can send some stuff. Next slide. उन्हें सूखे राशन की जरूरत है. They need dry ration. They must, they have, they should. Which is the right modal verb? Karthik?
उन्हें सूखे राशन की जरूरत है. They need dry ration.
Dry ration में ही होता ration. Ration. They need dry ration. Yes. I hope, guys, you all know what is ration. Ration का हमारा कार्ड भी होता है. In India, we have ration cards as well. So dry ration, सूखा राशन, जिनको सिर्फ पकाने के, जैसे दाल चावल ये नहीं है उसमें. सूखा राशन like biscuits, नमकीन्स, जो वो खा सके, कंज्यूम कर सके. I need Maggie and ration. Yes, Maggie भी हो सकती है. 2-minute noodles. Last slide. If such a situation dash. If such a situation is arises, arising, arises, to arises. I have Russian card. Kalpana, please answer.
If such a situation arises.
If such a situation arises. अगर ऐसा होता है या ऐसी situation को हिंदी में क्या बोलते हैं?
स्थिति.
स्थिति. ऐसी स्थिति आती है, arise होती है, तो उसके लिए हम ऐसा कर सकते हैं. We can send help. We can send dry ration to the needy people. Arises is the first form of verb. SNES because situation is it. It arises, right? मैम लीडर मोड में ओनली प्रो प्लेयर ही आ सकते हैं. सोमन ऐसा नहीं है. मेरे पास 2 लीडर बोर्ड होते हैं. फर्स्ट में मेरे पास प्रो मेंबर्स आते हैं लाइक कार्तिक, कल्पना, तरूप, शुभोश्री, जया. और जब मैं ये सेकंड टाइम इसको मैं रिफ्रेश करती हूँ तो नॉन प्रो और प्रो दोनों आते हैं. जैसे कि सिद्धरामेश्वर इज नॉन प्रो, श्रीनिवास इज नॉन प्रो, कार्तिक, कल्पना एंड तरूप. ऑलराइट, सो गाइस ये था हमारा न्यूज से रिलेटेड टॉपिक जिसमें हमने वी हैव लर्न्ड न्यू फ्रेजेस लाइक लेटेस्ट न्यूज और कैजुअलिटी, We have learned about natural disasters, right? Terrible news. Terrible means very bad, बहुत बुरी. So please learn these and try to use them whenever you are talking about any news to anyone. But you can also ask, what is today's latest news? Okay, if you are not reading any newspaper or you don't watch news, so to ask other people, this is the best way to ask, what is today's latest news? Any questions from any of the slides? Did you watch the news? Did you read the news? दोनों ही ठीक हैं. Depends on the situation.
Ma'am, who is your favorite character in Money Heist?
Nairobi was my favorite.
Oh my God.
After Nairobi, I think Professor. I
Not
never
Tokyo?
liked Tokyo. I never liked her. No. Because of her, this thing, the second heist happened because of her. Because of her, Nairobi dies. If she wouldn't have left that island, Rio wouldn't have got caught. So yes, that's why I do not
But-
like her. She's very mean. Her character is very mean. Like she only thinks about herself. Professor made it very clear in the beginning that you guys cannot be in touch with each other through any electronic device. But what they did, they get in touch, and Rio get
But
arrested.
her acting skills are very good.
Of course, everybody's acting skills are very good.
Even
Not
Berlin
only
also.
Tokyo's, everybody else's. I
Berlin.
really like Professor's acting skills. He is an amazing actor.
What about Berlin acting skills?
Whatever? Berlin?
What about Berlin's acting skills?
Arre, Berlin
Face
was
expression.
amazing. First season, Berlin was amazing. Means he dies for other people. Yes, it was amazing at the end. All seasons are amazing. There are 5 seasons, I believe. All the seasons are amazing.
Especially Berlin's facial expressions are amazing.
Berlin was very nice. Yeah. Everybody has done a good job. Everybody has done a good job in that.
But I miss Tokyo, ma'am.
Now this show is done. They have done with the heist and everything. They have lost. Tokyo dies 2-3 people. So yeah, that's all.
This Money Heist is over?
Of course.
Oh, no more seasons.
No more season. No, season 5 was the last.
Oh.
Yes. So they got away with that, na? At the end. Now they will not. Obviously, why would they rob? The second heist happens because of Rio, because they wanted him to. They wanted to rescue him. That's why it all happened. वरना तो होती ही नहीं अगर टोक्यो अगर
It's like to save one people, they kept everyone's life under risk.
Yes, this is right.
I don't like this concept.
Good afternoon. Am I audible to all of you?
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am. How are you?
I am good. हाँ, कैसा रहा आप लोगों का Sunday, Saturday? How is it?
बहुत अच्छा, ma'am.
चलिए, Paul. Thank you so much for joining. Paul, Soumya, Dipali, Priya, Rajesh, Savan, and Sky. Thank you so much for joining here. Let me see all those who have joined on the. Just 1 second, the chat box. Okay, this is Joy Shankar Thakur, Ankur Thakur, Priya, hello, Parminder Kaur, Abhirav Sahu, Siddharameshwar Dipali, Savan. This is good afternoon, Jai Shankar. We have got Rajesh, no, this is Yella Reddy, R.K. Varich, Savan. Same names getting repeated again and again, so I have to just pull it down. Telephone, enter name, बापरे, इस नाम से कैसे जोड़ सकते हो? Thank you everyone for joining. I hope everybody is sitting with your notepads and all. This is the second part of our understanding of framing the sentences. Yes, Dipali, please come and say what
Hi,
you have
ma'am.
to.
Good
Hello,
afternoon, ma'am.
Dipali.
How are you?
I'm good, Dipali. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Just coming. Sorry, children, I had somebody on the door right now, so I'm so sorry for this trouble. Dipali, just put your hand down. We are sitting again to understand about formation of the sentence. Today, we are going to talk about how to frame questions in the simple form. We had discussed the sections of creating, placing of, making of sentences in the last session. I hope your notepads must be having those notes because might be it is little helpful, might be आप समझना चाहें तो वहाँ से शुरू करिएगा जहां हमने सब्जेक्ट वर्ब की बात करी थी कि सब्जेक्ट चाहिए आपको, वर्ब चाहिए साथ में और फिर प्रेडिकेट चाहिए आपको. जो वर्ब होगा वो सब्जेक्ट के साथ एग्री करना जरूरी है. अगर आपका सिंगुलर है तो सिंगुलर वर्ब लगाएंगे और अगर आपका प्लूरल फॉर्म ऑफ द सब्जेक्ट है तो प्लूरल फॉर्म ऑफ द वर्ब आप लगाएंगे. सो बेसिकली दैट प्लेसिंग हैज टू बी अंडरस्टूड दैट यू नीड अ सब्जेक्ट, you need a verb, you need a predicate. So at the same time, we also discussed with the verb part there that there is something which is called as auxiliary verb and there is something which is called as the main form of the verbs. If you remember, we had did this with the tense form there. This is Veena who has just signed in, and if you're looking to join me on the Zoom, you will have to take, right now I have shared with you even the pro invite. If you want, you can join me on that pro invite and just type my name, VEENA1010. There are a lot of other children, sorry, a lot of other teachers with Hello English, because I just teach basic English. It's better that you join me accordingly. And if you think you are comfortable, if you think I'm teaching right, then stay with me, else you can leave the class and join some other session there. Jatin Markar, thank you for sending that message for good afternoon for everyone. Soman, good afternoon. Shweta, Maha, thank you for joining. Ma'am, it's same topic. Maha, it's not the same topic, it's a change of the word order now. What word order means, if you're taking the interrogative form, so you have the 5 questions W that we have, so we're discussing about it. Let's get started. I hope the notepads and all are ready there. Let's understand it. So how do we frame these questions? The framing of the questions usually is put by an auxiliary verb or a modal verb before the subject. When I जैसा आपको कहा था, as right now, as I said to you, that you should remember and rewind yourself when we had discussed about subject and the predicate needs to have a verb there. If the subject is singular, put singular verb. If the subject is plural, you have to have the verb plural, if you remember it. So in a sentence formation, you will find something which we're talking about is the auxiliary and then something which is the main. For example, I say she is dancing. Dancing is an action. Because it's an action there. And just a second, somebody's talking. You can take it as an action, and at the same time, when I say she is dancing, is supposed to be the auxiliary form there, and she is supposed to be the subject. So that's what I'm trying to say, that when you take a sentence, the sentence will have auxiliary and the main verb. But when you have, there are times when the work with auxiliary is done, then you don't normally require main verbs always. It's just that in a sentence, one verb is must. Okay, let's understand further on that. Now it says we usually form questions. What happens, it's not just saying sentences. At times you have to ask questions from the other person also. And why do you ask questions? Because there is a certain kind of an answer that you are looking for. होता क्या है, हम हमेशा केवल वाक्य या अपनी बात ही सिर्फ कहनी नहीं होती है, हमको कभी कभी सवाल भी पूछने होते हैं, या बातचीत ही सिर्फ नहीं करनी होती, सब्जेक्ट होता है जिसपे हमारा फोकस होता है और उसके हिसाब से हम वर्ब को प्लेस करते हैं और प्रेडिकेट उसमें आता है. अब यहाँ पे जब हमने वर्ब्स की बात की थी तो हमने समझाया था कि ऑक्सिलरी फॉर्म होता है और एक मेन वर्ब होता है. मतलब वर्ब्स एक सेंटेंसेस के अंदर एक से ज्यादा हो सकते हैं, पर एक का होना कंपल्सरी होता है. यहाँ जब हम बात करते हैं सवालों को बनाने का, सवालों को जब हम बनाना चाहते हैं तो सवाल जब हम करते हैं तो उसी तरह के आंसर को एक्सपेक्ट करते हैं, राइट. सो आंसर्स को जो एक्सपेक्ट करते हैं उस पर हम डिस्कशन करेंगे थोड़ी देर बाद, बट उसके पहले आप ये समझिए कि क्वेश्चंस को हमें कैसे फॉर्म करना होता है. सो व्हेनेवर वी फॉर्म अ क्वेश्चन, ये जो ऑक्सिलरी है, मतलब हमें क्या है, शी इज डांसिंग. अब यहाँ ये जो इज वर्ड आ रहा है, ओके, तो ये जो इज वर्ड है ये ऑक्सिलरी में आता है. ओके, तो ये सेक्शन जो है ना हमारा ऑक्सिलरी पार्ट का, या फिर जब हम मॉडल वर्ब्स की बात करी थी हमने आपसे, शैल है, शुड है, मे है, माइट है, ये जो हमारे कुछ मॉडल वर्ब्स होते हैं जो दिखावे के होते हैं, इनको आपको कहाँ पे लगाना होता है, ये आते हैं क्वेश्चन जब हम फ्रेम करते हैं सेंटेंसेस में, दे विल ऑलवेज बी बिफोर द सब्जेक्ट. नाउ जस्ट लुक एट दिस एग्जांपल. इफ I'll just say the third one, I want to take it first today. Can you get the tea? Can you get the tea? So what are we here talking about? To whom are we talking about? दो चीजें हैं. किसके बारे में बात कर रहे हैं? चाय के बारे में. किससे बात कर रहे हैं? You से बात कर रहे हैं. You क्या हो गया? आपका सब्जेक्ट. और उसके बारे में जो बात हो रही है वो हो गया प्रेडिकेट. पर ये सब बिना वर्ब के तो नहीं जुड़ सकता. तो क्वेश्चन को जब हम फॉर्म करते हैं तो पहले ऑक्सिलरी वर्ब को रख दिया जाता है and then follows the subject. That means can, you is the subject here, get the tea. So auxiliary main verb की बात नहीं हो रही, auxiliary होगा या modal verb होगा. Shall, has हमारा, we have seen n number of times we have used the has form there, right? So what is it? Has mom called. Has is used most of the time with the auxiliary form. So has की बात आप देखेंगे, it is mom, moms, that is subject. So when we are making a question tag, whenever we are making a sentence in which the question has to be there, you will have to place your verb before the subject. नॉर्मली हम सब्जेक्ट पहले लिखते हैं और फिर वर्ब लिखते हैं जब हम सेंटेंस बना रहे होते हैं. देखिए इंटरोगेटिव भी सेंटेंस में ही आता है. इट इज अ पार्ट ऑफ सेंटेंस. अलग अलग तरह से सवाल पूछते हैं, अलग अलग तरह से बात रखते हैं, ये सब सेंटेंसेस में ही आते हैं. बट ये कंप्लीट सेंस बनाते हैं जब, और ये सवाल पूछते हैं, तो ये इंटरोगेटिव फॉर्म है. पर इंटरोगेटिव में क्वेश्चन एंड क्वेश्चन टैग जब आप बनाते हैं तो सब्जेक्ट हमेशा ऑक्सिलरी के बाद आएगा. Don't forget that you put a question mark. यहाँ punctuation plays the most important role. You have to place the question mark जो आप बाद में देख रहे हैं. सवाल का जो चिन्ह है वो आपको लास्ट में लगाना पड़ेगा. So you start the sentence which is an auxiliary verb. यहाँ जो अभी जो example दिखा रहे हैं मैं उसकी बात कर रही हूँ. You start a sentence which is in a question form with the capital letter, end it with a question mark there. This starting is supposed to be in these examples shown here. Starting here is with the auxiliary and then follows the subject. Does it, has mom, can you, shall I, pass this to Oliver. So remember, when I have to make a question tag, the subject comes before. Subject will always be placed after the auxiliary form of the verb. Here also there is this, does it suit you? So again, we are here talking about the modal form of the verb. We are actually have to use here this also, do and does parts also, did, do and does. So always it is going to follow the subject after this. When the verb to be, what is to be? Again and again, remember it. We had talked about it. The to be form, which is actually mostly used in the past or the present section there. Even for we are using it. for other parts also, but here we have used for is and was. So to be is, when the to be, अब यहाँ पे जैसे मैंने आपको बोला, not necessarily that you will always have main verb and the helping verb. Sometimes you have only one verb. That one verb in itself will become the main verb for you. That it might be auxiliary verb only, like it says Oliver here. So what is, sorry, there is Oliver there. So what does it says? When the verb to be is the main verb. यहाँ main verb क्या हो गया? Is. सब main इसी के बारे में बात हो रही है, और कोई verb आपको नहीं दिखा है वहां पे, तो यही एक main verb कहला रहा है. या auxiliary अलग करने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ रही है. So वहां पे we do not use auxiliary verbs whenever it is to be. जब हम to be की बात करते हैं ना, जब हम to be के बारे में बात करेंगे, तो आप देखेंगे to be में is है, are है, was है. इस to be फॉर्म के अंदर आपको मेन वर्ब लगाने की जरूरत ही नहीं पड़ती है. यहाँ पे सिर्फ और सिर्फ आपको क्या काम में लेना है? to be फॉर्म ऑफ द वर्ब को काम में लेना है, क्योंकि वही आपका मेन वर्ब की जैसे काम करेगा. We can add question words to get more or different information. Now I said, I asked you to leave particular section, right? And that was what kind of answer you are looking from the other person when you are asking a question. जब आप किसी सामने वाले से कुछ सवाल पूछते हो, तो वो सवाल आप पूछते हो तो क्या, किस point of view से वो सवाल पूछना चाहते हो, क्योंकि आपको kind of an answer that you are looking for. So just one second. What kind of an answer that you are looking for is what we are going to understand now. So these are some questions that we have in front of us, which says, first I'll start with something which says, where did you go swimming? अब जब आपको किसी से ये पूछना है कि तुम किधर गए स्विमिंग के लिए, तो आपने कौन सा W इस्तेमाल में लिया? Where. So यहाँ पे question, for example, I'll say that there are some questions which can be answered by just yes or no. Where I say, is Oliver there? Yes. Has the class started? Yes. Is she able to teach? No. So you are able to just give answers with yes and no. But there are times when you are looking for an elaborated answer. जब हम कई बार बहुत सारी चीजों को सीखना चाहते हैं कि हमें प्रॉपर तरीके से एक लंबा आंसर मिल सके, तो आप ये कोशिश करिए कि क्वेश्चंस को जो टैग होगा ना आपका, ये क्वेश्चन टैग्स कहलाते हैं, WERE, और फिर ये क्वेश्चन मार्क, ये जो क्वेश्चन टैग आपका आएगा वो कौन सा इस्तेमाल मिलेगा. So when you are asking, when you are looking for some kind of a I'll say some kind of a location for somebody, kahan pe, where are we going? Suppose if you are asking this question, तो आप सामने वाले से जगह पूछना चाहते हो ना. So where did you go for swimming? Okay, where did you go swimming with, यहाँ पे लगाया गया है. This is the sentence which you're talking here about. Why did you go there? अब यहाँ पे जो why शब्द है वो क्या कहना चाहता है? वहां पर तुम क्यों गए? Why is basically क्या कहना चाहता है? क्यों. So it's basically asking you something in which you are trying to ask from somebody else that why did you go there? भी तुम स्विमिंग करने के लिए गए, तुमने ये अभी बताया, पर वहीं क्यों गए? क्योंकि वहां का स्विमिंग पूल बड़ा है. So you are looking for a complete section of answer from the other person. So when you are using where and makes you understand कहाँ पर, why question tag आपको बताएगा क्यों. And when we are talking about who, so who is basically talking with, who is actually relatable with what section there? It is actually talking to us about किसके साथ, कौन, who, कौन. जब हम पूछना चाहते हैं ना कौन, who did this, who is the child who is making so much of noise in the class. So all these words are question tags. They are called as 5 question tags: where, why, who, what, which, and the 6th one is how. हमेशा इनको याद कर लीजिए, जितनी अच्छी तरह से आप याद कर सकते हैं उतना बेहतर होगा. Where, why, who. Now comes understanding of which. अब तुमने बोला what time. What time, I hope you know what do you understand by this word what. When we talk about what, it is क्या. हिंदी में हम बोलते हैं ना क्या कहना चाहते हो, अब यहाँ पूछ रहे हो कि कौन से टाइम पे गए थे, व्हाट टाइम डिड यू गो, तो कौन सा टाइम था जब तुम वहां पे गए थे, या व्हाट टाइम डिड यू गो एंड मीट एमी, आंसर इज गोइंग टू कम एट 10 o'clock. So who did you go with for swimming? I went with Emmy. So just try and connect with where, why, who, what, and then we are coming up with the section of which pool did you go in. Which pool did you go in? The serious one without the slides. The serious one without the slides. So here all these words carry a particular meaning. So please use them accordingly. Where did you go for is incorrect. Where did you go for swimming? सृष्टि इसकी प्लेसिंग में थोड़ी देर बाद बताती हूँ, अभी बीच में हम कंफ्यूज हो जाएंगे. So सृष्टि, let's keep it to the slide that I am talking. Let it be the explanation part. When we come with question answers, then sorry, the fill-ups, तब हम इसके बारे में बात कर लेंगे. Okay, it makes sense to you? चलिए आगे. How did you get there? वहां पर तुम पहुंची कैसे? So वहां पर तुम पहुंची कैसे के सेंस में where. Now again this question here we have got is we are talking about the section how. How did you reach? Just a second. So when we are asking about this how in Hindi means kaise. So how did you get there? तुम वहां पर कैसे पहुंची? बस से पहुंची. So I hope you are getting the tags there. याद रखिए, whenever you are using, whenever you are making a sentence, you will see the auxiliary or the modal verbs के बाद में subject आएगा, right? Sometimes, not it sometimes, जब आपको verb सिर्फ to be काम में लेना है, जब आपको is, was, are इस्तेमाल में लेना है, तब आप उसके साथ में main verb लगाने की जरूरत नहीं है. There are some question tags which you should remember, because these question tags will help you to give more detail of an answer which you are looking from the other person. These question tags are where, why, who, what, which, how. Don't ever make a question tag without a question mark. अगर आपको सवाल उठाना है तो बोलते समय भी वो टोन आनी चाहिए. Are you able to hear me? The answer is going to come yes. So that how is it done? Because I am putting a question. So when I'm putting a question, I can hear it, but how do I see it? I have to put a question mark. Please remember these small tips. Sometimes the questions end with prepositions. Now there are times we can frame questions with ending. That means it's not necessarily that I start, of course I'm going to start with my W's because I'm looking for more answers to come from the person who's going to answer it. But I can leave it open-ended. लोगों को लगेगा ये open-ended है, इसको connect करोगे तो कुछ और add on हो सकता है answers के point of view से. इसलिए preposition से भी हम end करके छोड़ सकते हैं. Who were you out with? And then you will connect it and I say I was out with so and so. So you is giving me an answer by saying I was out with, because it is I there. So what have you got that bag for? This bag is for carrying vegetables. That is the answer which is going to come. So prepositions can help you to add on and create an answer to the person who wants to answer it. So आपका सवाल पूछने से सामने वाले को clear अंडरस्टैंडिंग मिल जाती है कि पूछना तुम जो चाहते हो क्या आपको उसी तरह का जवाब मिल रहा है. So this a small thought has to be taken care of. Okay, where are you calling from? I am calling from Australia. So कुछ नहीं करा है, I question tag के थोड़ा सा सेक्शन उठाया है, preposition उसमें था और उसमें add on कर दिया. So that is helpful when you are giving an answers. Again, I am repeating, keep 5 question tags with you. जो हमने अभी बात करी है, where, by, who, what, which, and how. Please remember when you have to be used, make that works as a main verb. आपको auxiliary verbs की कंफ्यूज नहीं होना कि ये तो ऑक्सिलरी है तो मुझे मेन वर्ब भी लगाना है, नहीं, वो मेन वर्ब की जैसे ही काम में आते हैं. एंड डोंट फॉरगेट व्हेन यू आर यूजिंग द क्वेश्चन टैग्स देयर, सो द मोडल वर्ब्स एंड द हेल्पिंग वर्ब्स, द ऑक्सिलरी फॉर्म्स, दे उनके जस्ट बाद हमारे सब्जेक्ट्स आते हैं. I hope I've made it a little clear there. If, who, what, or which is the subject. Sometimes they take the place of a subject also. They are not just the question tags. Who went out for curry? So who किसके बारे में? Who एक subject की जैसे पूछा जा रहा है. What happened? Now here, what is working as a subject? Which looks better? This or that one? Which looks better? Here, which word is working as a subject? So, which is the subject of the question? It comes before the verb. We do not use do as an auxiliary. So here comes, Srishti, your answer that you were asking me. Where did you go for swimming? So when you are asking where, you are using did. But when you are asking, when you are using who, what, and which, you are not using the do auxiliary verb. So Shrishti, your answer is correct there. When you are using the word where, kahan, tab aap do auxiliary form laga sakte hain. Okay. So here, when you have who, what, what, which, which works as a subject, do auxiliary is not required. Okay. So it's not required. Object questions. Who did you go out for curry with? Object questions का मतलब कि जब हम एक सेक्शन ऑफ सेंटेंस बना रहे हैं, उस सेंटेंस के अंदर एक तो सब्जेक्ट है और वो सब्जेक्ट जो भी कुछ करता है, जो भी चीज कंसिस्ट है उस सब्जेक्ट के अंदर, वो ऑब्जेक्ट को डील करना पड़ता है डायरेक्टली. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, आई एम प्लेइंग विथ द बॉल. आई और बॉल क्या हो गया? आई सब्जेक्ट हो गया, ऑब्जेक्ट क्या हो गया यहाँ पे? बॉल. सो हियर व्हाट इज हैपनिंग? Who did you go out for curry with? यहाँ पर who becomes the object and you becomes the subject. So don't take it for granted that, oh, ma'am has taught all W5s are going to be with H is going to be used as a question tag. Of course, but they are used as, asking more information, or they are used themselves as an object, or they are used as what we call it, they are actually used as a subject. You will have to understand it when you are reading a sentence there, or when you are asking a question to someone else. ये छोटी छोटी बातें हैं जो थोड़ी सी इंटरोगेटिव सेक्शन के सेंटेंसेस बनाने में आपको ध्यान रखना पड़ेगा. Which restaurant does Oliver like most? यहाँ Oliver becomes my subject and which becomes my object. What did they do after breakfast? They becomes my subject and object is what did they do. So यहाँ जो कुछ किसकी झोली में आ रहा है सेंटेंस के अंदर, something who's actually catching the whole brunt या जिसके बारे में चर्चा होगी, वो शब्द है who, which और what. And here they are working as an object. In this section they are working as an object. But when you are talking about the to be form there, जो हमने थोड़ी देर पहले किया था, to be form में जब हमने बात करी थी, ये रहा. When we are using to be, is and was is supposed to be the main form of the verb there. Okay, यहाँ पर who, what, which working is as a subject. यहाँ पर who, which, what is actually working as an object. So I hope that understanding has to be very clear. Goodwin, I'm happy to see that you are a new student who has joined us. And Maha is telling Shravani Kubai, she has joined us after quite some time. So just ensure that this basic understanding is clear, and Goodwin, continue to join only then you will be able to understand what I'm trying to say. Explain it. Now comes the reported speech. What is the reported speech? Reported speech is that something is happening and you report about it to someone else. मतलब यहाँ कुछ हो रहा है, आपने कुछ देखा होते हुए और फिर जाके किसी को कुछ बताया. That is called as a reported speech. लोग इसको indirect speech के नाम से जानते हैं. Speech is something which is simple sentence, and questions are basically when you ask the question from someone else. So in reported speech or indirect questions, question words come in the middle of the sentence. So when you are trying to frame, this is basically for students who are giving exams or who are in school. बहुत हेल्प करेगा आपको। ध्यान रखिएगा जब भी हम इंटरोगेटिव पार्ट में क्वेश्चन टैग्स बनाने के लिए रिपोर्टेड स्पीच का इस्तेमाल करते हैं, इनडायरेक्ट स्पीच का इस्तेमाल करते हैं, all the question tags that we had just discussed, they form in the middle part. And there is a logic behind it to using the middle part. I'll just come to that. In these types of sentences, the word order does not change. We do not put the verb to be before the subject or use an auxiliary form, a question, as a normal question. Normal question, what are you doing? Reported speech क्या कहेगी? I asked her, what are you doing? अब इसको समझिए पहले and फिर मैं समझाऊंगी इसकी प्लेसिंग को। सवाल पूछा, तुम क्या कर रही हो? ठीक है, किसने पूछा? मैंने पूछा। तो सामने वाले ने जाके किसी और को क्या बोला? उसने कहा तुम क्या कर रही हो? So it's basically someone asked her what she was doing. So here the reported speech is having an added part which has to be connected so that that rest part can be explained. Are you getting the point? Reported speech हमेशा रिपोर्ट करी जाती है। जब रिपोर्ट करी जाएगी तो कोई भूमिका बनाई जाएगी उसकी, तभी तो हम रिपोर्ट करेंगे ना चीज को। जब मैं वहां पर गई तब मैंने देखा वो बैग लेके भाग रहा था। So then you have to have that structure, you have to explain that structure so that that report is clearly understood to the person who is hearing it or who is been asked to hear. ओके, ये रिपोर्ट स्पीच क्लियर हो गया। अब इसकी बात में आपको ये समझना है व्हाट एग्जैक्टली यू आर सपोज्ड टू अंडरस्टैंड हियर इज दिस इन दीज टाइप्स ऑफ सेंटेंसेस व्हेन वी आर मेकिंग indirect explanation, when we are giving a report to somebody else, in such sections W's are always in the center. And very important thing, somebody has put themselves, have unmuted and I'm getting disturbed. Savan, okay. So in such types of sentence where you are supposed to use the reported form of it, there is no word order. That the word order, that means what you are trying to say, आप जो कहना चाहते हो, जो कुछ भी वाक्य हुआ है, जो आप कहना चाहते हो, उसको तो आप बदल नहीं सकते। So हम यहाँ पर we do not put the verb to be before the subject, जो हम अभी सीख के आए हैं। अभी थोड़ी देर पहले हमने समझा है कि आपको to be form जो है सब्जेक्ट उसको जस्ट बाद में आ जाता है। That way we have understood. When we are just using the to be form, we omit the main form of the verb because it's not required there. So all these sections in the question form जो हम normal सवाल में हमने समझा था, वो रूल इस पे अप्लाई नहीं होता reported speech के अंदर। Okay, normal question होगा where is the post office? So do you know where the post office is? So you have to use such kinds of understanding that you are placing W, where, what, how. I told you those 5. I hope you have written it down somewhere. They will take the center part of it. बीच में लिखना है क्वेश्चन के आपको जब आप इसको रिपोर्ट कर रहे हैं। How much does it cost? Can you tell me how much does it cost? अब आप डायरेक्ट स्पीच में तो किसी से पूछ सकते हो, डायरेक्ट मतलब नॉर्मल सवालों से पूछोगे भाई ये कितने का है, तो इनडायरेक्ट में क्या पूछोगे? कैन यू टेल मी हाउ मच इज इट, हाउ मच इट कॉस्ट। ओके, लेट्स गो टू द नेक्स्ट एंड ट्राई इट आउट। जरा कोशिश करिए। Siddharth Jain, I don't know how much is Hello English you need to ask. I just want to join. You can take the pro invite, type VWNA 1010. When you do that, I think other answers will also pop up that how much does it cost. I've just shared the link with you. So it's Dipali, Krishna and Rajesh. Rajesh, could you please come forward and read this for me?
Has arrived Smith. Has Smith arrived? Second one.
Okay, has Smith arrived? Now, if I would have taken has arrived Smith, okay, if I would have taken that part, Pali and Krishna has also written the right answer. If I'm going to take, suppose I'm just clarifying it for others, जिन्होंने गलत answers दिए, अंकित, किया, Paul, Priya, Rupali and Shima, in questions, जब भी हम सवाल बनाते हैं, the auxiliary verb जो has है, वो हमेशा it will always going to come before the subject. Now subject is Smith and the main verb here is arrived. Now arrive will come after the verb, after the subject, sorry, Smith. Please understand it. Whenever we are using this auxiliary form of the verb has, so when you are using the verb has, it will come before the subject. And the main verb which is arrived, it will come after the subject. So then we are using has Smith arrived. Chalo, let's try this out. Alpna, is this the answer for this one? No, this is not for this. I can vouch. Dipali, Shima giving me wrong. Anyone coming here with the correct answer? Yes, BK. Soumya, which one should I take?
Ma'am, fourth one is correct. Who is that letter for?
Who is that letter for? So who is that letter for? ये चिट्ठी किसके लिए है? ऐसा सवाल पूछ रहे हैं आप. BK, Krishna, Gopal, Pratima, Kia, and Goldwyn. Let's go to the next and try this out, please. Kamal, Shima, Krishna, Paul, Priya, all have given the right, wrong answer. Is Pratima there with me? No, Shima is there with me. Shima, could you please read this for me, sentence, please?
Yeah, ma'am. Will my apology be accepted?
Will my apology.
Apology. Is it right, ma'am?
Apology, nahi, apology.
Apology.
Apology. Okay.
Apology.
Apology. So if I take the second one, I'm talking about the second one. Here the main verb is be. It needs to follow my apology. Okay. So accepted is merely referring to the status of the apology. It does not being used as a verb here. It does not will be my apology accepted. No, that's not the right that we are talking here about. So normally we have seen one of the sentence, will my apology accepted. Now there are people which might use such things. So what is happening here? We can form affirmative sentences without auxiliary verbs, not an issue. But what happens? We cannot form questions or negatives without that. An auxiliary verb is needed whenever we are using my apology. जब भी आप ये सेक्शन यूज करना चाहते हैं ना, my apology, उसमें आपको helping auxiliary form of the verb की जरूरत पड़ेगी. अब ये fourth है, my apology be accepted. This is also I have heard from people using it. Now this section is wrong. Why? Because to ask a question in English, you must usually use one of the auxiliary verbs. जैसा मैं अभी हम बार-बार बात कर रहे हैं, you have to use one or the other form of the auxiliary verb, which could be be, which could be do, do, which could be something related with have, or a modal form. Which modal of form can be as, can, or will, or may. If you are expecting a yes or no as an answer, then the question starts with auxiliary or the modal. I hope I'm able to understand and teach a little better. Let's see. Okay. When will tea be served or when will tea be served? The first one is correct. BK, Shima, Priya and Pratima. Second one says when will be tea served? आप में से कितने जने ये second वाला आंसर choose करते हैं आज भी? I can see Komal, Dipali, Rajesh, Ankit, Paul and Smita coming up with why it is wrong. Understand it. Here the main verb is be. T के बाद be लगा हुआ है ना, वो main verb है आपका. It needs to follow the subject. And the subject here is tea. Served is merely referred to the status of the tea. Okay, यहाँ पे subject क्या है? चाय. और यहाँ जो मेन वर्ब है वो है बी. अब आपको अगर लगता है कि हम सर्व की बात कर रहे हैं, वो सर्व केवल एक स्टेटस बताता है उस चीज का. सो व्हेन विल बी टी सर्व्ड इज रॉन्ग. आपके विल के बाद में टी जो मेन वर्ब ले रहा है आपका, फिर आपका बीई फॉर्म जो आपका मेन वर्ब ले रहा है, वो सब्जेक्ट टी के जस्ट बाद आएगा. चलिए आगे बढ़िए. I'll try not to talk about each because it takes a lot of time. Let's see. Jaswinder, Godwin. Okay. Kamal, can you please come? Kamal Singh, and read the correct answer. Kamal Singh, can you hear me? आप हमारे साथ जुड़े हुए हैं, Kamal? Kamal Singh. Priya, could you please read this for me? Is it comfortable for you?
Can
जल्दी
means
से आप लोग प्लीज अलर्ट रहिए प्रो वाले. I can't give so much of time, please.
carrots, carrots,
Can beans and carrots be cooked together?
carrots be cooked together.
Together. Okay. Next. अब कमल, कृष्णा, बीके, सौम्या, शीमा, राजेश. राजेश एक बार इसको पढ़ देंगे सेंटेंस में.
How old are you?
How old are you? Normally सुनते उल्टा है ना. How old you are. सुना है कि नहीं आप लोगों में से किसी ने? मैंने तो सुना है.
I heard about how old you are. You are same.
So we form questions by putting the auxiliary verb before the subject. We have to put the subject before the auxiliary form. इसलिए हमें लगाना पड़ेगा are you. चलिए try करिए. Okay, Krishna Reddy, could you please come and read this?
Yes, ma'am. Where did you go last weekend?
Absolutely. Where is actually talking about the whereabouts. किधर गए थे? Did you go last weekend? So did is working as an auxiliary and go is working as a main form of the verb. चलिए. I'll not explain that detail because then it will be, ma'am said this and then you create a nuisance for me. So I'm just going to keep quiet that way. Okay. What time? Okay. We have Dipali with me.
Yes, ma'am.
Come and read this for me.
What time does she go to work?
What time does she go to work? So here is the question. What does is working as an auxiliary. What time does she go for work? So she's asking for the time. Does works as an auxiliary. She works as a subject. And go works as a verb. Main form. Infinitive की जब हम बात करते हैं. To work. Yes, Jaswinder, 11th. I'm happy to see the answers coming there from Jaswinder. Alpana Sharma. Godwin, how old are you? Is asking me, okay? I just explained Godwin for this section. BK and Priya, only 2. What happened? Kamal, Paul, Rajesh and Ankit. Rajesh, क्या problem हुई? राजेश, कैन यू टेल मी आपको क्या कंफ्यूजन हुआ? हम उसको क्लियर करना चाहते हैं ना. हाँ बताओ. यहाँ पे आपने फर्स्ट वाला ले लिया ना.
हाँ या.
कैन यू टेल मी हाउ ओल्ड इज दैट वॉच? क्योंकि हम यही बोलते आ रहे हैं. बट द करेक्ट आंसर इज कैन यू टेल मी हाउ ओल्ड दैट वॉच इज. व्हाई इट इज रॉन्ग पहले समझिए. हमने आपको बात करी जब भी हम इनडायरेक्ट क्वेश्चंस पूछते हैं ना राजेश, whenever we are asking a reported speech के अंदर सवाल पूछते हैं, the word order does not change. You can't change. जो सवाल आप किसी की बात को कह रहे हो उसको चेंज नहीं कर सकते. वो ऑर्डर आपका एज इट इज ही रहता है. We do not put the verb to be, is in this case. So before the subject or use an auxiliary form, auxiliary to form a question there, as in the normal question we have. So it says, can you tell me how old is that watch? Is wrong. You have to say, can you tell me how old that watch is? Try करिए. थोड़ा प्रैक्टिस करिएगा और क्लासेस को ज्वाइन करिएगा. I hope थोड़ा बेटर समझ में आ सके. Thank you, Rajesh, for the correct answer. BK and Krishna, Dipali, Priya, Shima are still trying it out. I think Komal is ready to give the answer now. Kamal Singh, not Komal. Kamal Singh is ready to give the answer now. Yes, Kamal. Please read the answer for me here.
Do you know where is the mall is?
Where the mall is. Where the mall is. Do you know where the mall is? So where the mall is, basic structure of the sentence, it remains as it is. You use do, which is now working as a main verb, which is there in the starting there. Do you know? So you are asking the subject. That's the way we move about it. Let's go. Shima and Dipali have given us the right answer. I think BK, Soumya, Siddharameshwar, Kamal, Krishna, Rajesh, and Paul. I'm referring to you people that you need to pick up the correct answer. So we know the first answer is correct, right? I asked him where he was working. So I should let you know, why do you think I asked him where was he working is incorrect. Let's understand this. Whenever you are talking in the reported speech form, the word order will not change. You have to keep this in mind always. You can't change the word order. So word order remains the same. We do not put the verb to be is. यहाँ पे जैसे word order में आपका to be form जो है वो is आया है यहाँ पे before the subject, or use an auxiliary form, form a question verb, जैसे हम नॉर्मल क्वेश्चन को करते हैं. तो वो चीज आप रिपोर्टेड स्पीच में याद रखिएगा कि जो हमने अभी सीखा था वो सारे रूल्स रिपोर्टेड स्पीच में नहीं आप इस तरह से अप्लाई कर सकते हैं. सो हियर इट इज, I asked him where he was going. He, we are talking about the subject, the verb has to follow. क्योंकि वहां जब आप रिपोर्टेड स्पीच काम करते हैं, में जो वर्ड ऑर्डर को जब एज इट इज रखेंगे ना, क्योंकि वो स्पीच में वो बोल रहा है, तो नॉर्मल सेंटेंस जब आपका बनता है तो नॉर्मल सेंटेंस में सब्जेक्ट हमेशा वर्ब को फॉलो नहीं, वर्ब उसके बाद आता है, सब्जेक्ट के बाद आता है, राइट? सो इनडायरेक्ट स्पीच में दैट सेक्शन रिमेन्स एज इट इज, यू कांट शिफ्ट इट. ओके, बट इससे पहले एक सेकेंड, लेट मी कंप्लीट, आई विल स्पीक टू दिस. बट इससे पहले डू यू नो वेयर मॉल इज वाला जो हमने सेक्शन किया था, यहाँ पे इज हमारा ऑक्सिलरी फॉर्म लास्ट में आया था, right? We had this in the last form. We could not use it in the center there, the auxiliary form of the verb, which I just explained you by saying it, that whenever we are having the indirect part there, तो हम उसके order को change नहीं करते. We do not put the verb to be before the subject or use an auxiliary to form a question there as a normal question. So ये छोटी छोटी सी ट्रिकी चीजें हैं, रोजमर्रा काम में लेंगे तभी क्लैरिफाई हो पाएगी. हाँ मैम, किसने बोला था बताएं?
Soumya ma'am.
बताओ, पूछो.
Ma'am, I have a question. On how to change reported question. Means it is a normal.
वो अलग से लेंगे reported. We'll take, that's a very separate, absolutely separate and large learning. So I cannot accommodate in this. अभी हम सिर्फ जो बात करना चाह रहे हैं वो सेंटेंस बनाने हैं, साधारण सेंटेंस बनाने हैं सवाल की जैसे. अभी हम सिर्फ इतना सा कर रहे हैं. बहुत ज्यादा मत मिक्स करो, कंफ्यूजन हो जाएगा सबके लिए. ओके, सो अगेन पॉल एंड राजेश एंड प्रिया, कुछ गड़बड़ हुई आप लोगों से. ये कितना कॉमन सा क्वेश्चन है ना, हम सब बहुत बार पूछते हैं और देखिए हमसे गलती हो जाती है. हाउ मच डज इट कॉस्ट, हाउ मच इट डज कॉस्ट. आपने सेकंड वाला लिया होगा, COSTS वाला. आई नो पॉल, राजेश, प्रिया, आप सब ने यही लिया है. एम आई राइट? I'm asking you, Paul, Rajesh, Priya, Kamal, Soumya, did you all take the second option?
Yes,
है ना? अब देखो cost, COSTS और COST, खाली इतना सा फर्क था इन दोनों में. And क्यों है? क्योंकि जब भी आपका मेन वर्ब do और does, we do not change the form of the main verb with do and does. You can't change the main form of the verb. How much does it cost? S change नहीं कर सकते, वो as it is ही रहेगा, cost ही रहेगा जब भी आप do या does का इस्तेमाल करते हो यहाँ पे. ठीक है? How much does it cost? S नहीं लगाओगे वहां पे, क्योंकि वहां तुम्हें जो वर्ब काम में ले रहे हो वो डू और डस काम में ले रहे हो, वहां पे मेन वर्ब आपका डू या डस आ रहा है, यहाँ पे वो काम में आ रहा है, इसलिए आप COSTS को शिफ्ट नहीं कर सकते, यहाँ पे COST ही रहेगा। ट्राई करिए। नहीं समझ आया क्या? हैव यू अंडरस्टूड व्हाट आई सेड राइट नाउ फॉर दिस? Nobody is giving answer. I also keep quiet.
Yes, ma'am, I understand. I understood.
Priya, could you please read the correct answer?
Who did you go out for lunch with?
Who did you go out for lunch with? So, Paul, which one answer had you taken? Let's try to the next. Yes, very good going there, Jaswinder and Alpana. And thank you, Pratima, for giving me the answer that you understood what I'm saying to you. Yes, very good, Paul and Dipali and Rajesh. Is there anyone in the session there? Shima, could you please read this sentence for me? Is it okay for you to come and read it? I think Soumya, इसमें ऐसा क्या था कि आंसर गलत हो सकता था? इसमें हेल्पिंग वर्ब की जरूरत ही नहीं थी ना। चलो नेक्स्ट पे आओ। इवन किसको कह रहे हो आप साइलेंस के लिए? somebody is अच्छा, I can see दीपाली के घर से आवाज आ रही है। Okay. Yes, Godwin, तुम मुझे बोल रहे हो ना? Thank you so much. I'll keep quiet. PK Soumya, could you please come?
Yes, ma'am.
Just read this for me.
Who went out for lunch?
Could you read the first part there, which the question is asking?
Yes,
What are they asking?
John went out for lunch. So
अब आपको जब ये जब आपको ये आंसर चाहिए ना कि जॉन वेंट आउट फॉर लंच, तो उसका क्वेश्चन क्या फॉर्म करोगे आप? आपको हु, क्योंकि नाम चाहिए आपको।
Yes, ma'am. But I didn't see first sentence. Only I see the answer. I saw the answer.
अब इसमें देखो, the reason is when we are saying went out for lunch, as it is आंसर लिया ना उसने। जब आपने क्वेश्चन किया किसी को, तो उसने जवाब में भी वेंट आउट फॉर लंच एज इट इज लिया है, केवल हु का जवाब दे दिया जॉन, है ना? हु वेंट आउट, हाँ,
went out and who did go out are both are look like similar, right?
both are looking, who did go out for lunch का स्ट्रक्चर ही गलत है ना, सेंस नहीं। देखो राजेश, एक चीज हमेशा याद रखो, जब भी सेंटेंस बनाना हो, एनी फॉर्म इट इज, whether it is imperative, whether it is exclamatory, whether it is interrogative, मतलब सवाल भी पूछना है, उसको सेंस तो बनाना पड़ेगा ना। मतलब तो बनाना पड़ेगा ना। यू आर नॉट मेकिंग सेंस हियर। ये स्ट्रक्चर ही कंप्लीटली सेंस नहीं दे पा रहा। हु डिड गो आउट फॉर लंच, अगर मैं ये लिखती ना हु डिड यू गो आउट फॉर लंच, तो सही था, then this question would have been right. आंसर पर क्या आता? I went with John out for lunch, but because the answer what I require is John went out for lunch, जवाब ही ये चाहिए मुझे, तो सवाल फिर क्या बनता है ऐसे में? Who went out for lunch? ये हम छोटे जो हमारे यंग चिल्ड्रन होते हैं ना, those who are in grade 1 or 2, राजेश, उनको हम ऐसे ही सिखाते हैं कि you need to pick up from the question tag to answer is what is your name? My name is so and so. So some part of the question tag has to be picked up to write the answer there. चलिए आगे आइए। I'm just going to Yes, can I have BK Soumya giving me the right answer, please?
What are you talking about?
First one. What are you talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
Very good. Come. ये तो बहुत इजी था प्रिया, गलती कैसे हो सकती है इसके अंदर? ओके, कृष्णा रेड्डी जल्दी से पढ़ देंगे प्लीज करेक्ट आंसर. Where was the underground railway station open? बिना ऑक्सिलरी फॉर्म को where के साथ कैसे लिखोगे? Who did you go for lunch? Who did you go with? Go for lunch. BK Pratima. May the videos be broadcasted. Okay. May the videos be broadcasted. Question mark. Pick up the correct option. Would you know where the washroom is? And would you know where is the washroom? Very good. Shima, could you please read the correct answer?
Yeah, ma'am. Do you know where is the washroom is?
Okay. Indirect. जिसने
Where the
second
washroom
option लिखा
is.
होगा उनके लिए बता रही हूँ. In the indirect questions, the word order does not change. बार बार कह रही हूँ मैं, we do not put the verb to be, which is यहाँ इस वाले केस के अंदर before the subject, और use as an auxiliary form एक क्वेश्चन की जैसे एक नॉर्मल सवाल जो हम पूछते हैं. तो थोड़ा ध्यान रखिएगा इस पे. आ जाइए. We're great going there, Alpna. I think you're going to top for this. That's what I can see here. Answers are correct, coming so correct. Alpna Sharma, can you post the answer for me for this page 24? I would like to pick up your answer now. You have been doing it from so long. Alpna, this is for question number 24. I should take the first one. That's what I'm trying to say. No. The answer is, how often do you go to cinema? If I take, do you go to cinema, how often? No, that's completely wrong. Thank you. Again. Alpna, the answer was correct. Wrong if you had picked up from here. Jaswinder, why those question tags? Achha, that's question number 3. Godwin 24th says 3rd, okay. BK, Rajesh, Dipali, Shima, and Ankit. Is Ankit with me? No, not yet. Shima, could you just do once again this for me, please?
Yeah, ma'am. May I ask what your passport number is?
Absolutely. Rajesh, just do the needful now. Let's try it out. फिर कर लेना.
Would you mind telling me what your age is?
Absolutely. Would you mind telling me what your age is? It's going slow. Take your time. You know? Godwin, Kia, Vinny, Pratima, Lisa have given us the right answer. Anyone here who can type and tell me इसको कैसे करना है? कोई भी unmute करके बोलो जल्दी से. One of you try it out. Anyone जिसको जवाब देना है जल्दी से आ जाओ. दो लर्नर से ही बात कर सकती हूँ मैं, और किसी से बात नहीं कर सकती. आपको पता है ये बात. I can just see them on the chat and still somebody can disturb me, you know. Not good. आइए राजेश, आप ही बता दीजिए प्लीज. Which soft drink does Oliver like? Which soft drink does Oliver like? Okay, आइए. 28. अल्पना आपको टाइप करके आंसर लिखना था ना प्रतिमा. Which soft drink does Oliver like? Okay, Pratima, great. Form a question for Jane isn't sleeping late today. Jane isn't sleeping late today. It's a full stop. So who sleeping isn't कैसे बनाएंगे इसको? दीपाली बताएंगे आंसर.
Who isn't sleeping late today?
Who isn't sleeping late today? इजी है समझना. आपने जेन की जगह हु लगा के बाकी एज इट इज उठा दिया. शाबाश. चलिए. Form a question. Her favorite